What you got? Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang.
Hi guys, and welcome to day number 2 of the VCT Game Changers APAC Series Open number 3. I'm your host once again, Jenny Reirachu Lee, and with me on the desk again today is, of course, Daniel Coldan Chi. And we had a pretty exciting first day for the Open 3 playoffs yesterday. What are your thoughts about that, Coldan?
Oh, we had a couple of really interesting games. I think our stream, episode 2, the better stream, like we had a couple of really intense games, and it really went the distance for a couple of them. But, you know, we're here on day number 2. We're here to see how things will pan out first and foremost in the upper brackets, and then we'll take a little gander down in the low brackets later on in the day.
Yep, of course, not to forget the path that all of these teams have taken to get to this point. Once again on the screens, guys, it's the roadmap that we've had for the previous 2 opens till here, and of course until the end of the year. We are in stage 1 open, where each open has a prize pool of 10,000 US dollars, and the point of the 3 opens is to qualify 6 teams into Elite, happening later in the year. And then in between, we do have a last chance qualifier for stage 2, once again with that sweet $10,000 prize pool, where we will qualify the final 2 teams that make it to Elite. So Elite is going to be happening in October later in the year with that $35,000 prize pool, and a total of 8 teams will qualify. So if you've been following the circuit for, like, you know, the last couple of years, I think last year we also did have the LCQ, but it was like overtime, I think it was called last year. So it's pretty similar to the last couple of years. But for this Open 3, we did start with a total of 58 teams from the Swiss qualifying group stage, and this time around it is going to be kind of like 6 or so mainstay teams that you'll be used to seeing, and 2 new teams with Anomaly No Charms, as well as Deviant Topaz, this time around being more of that rookie teams, taking the place of a couple of some other newer names that we used to see. But, you know, I mean, 3 of these teams have already qualified, right, to Elite. So a couple of the other teams, I think, are really hoping to use Open 3 to punch those last tickets.
Yeah, so we're gonna see how things will pan out here today. We have 2 very interesting matches. But yeah, all of these players, all of these teams vying for this amazing prize pool, USD of $10,000. And the first place getting 3,500, 2,500 for second, 1,500 for third, 1,000 for fourth, 500 for fifth and sixth, and 250 for the 7th to the 8th. So these 2 teams that we're going to be witnessing here, very first and foremost, right, it's going to be RRQ up against Fullsense Sapphire. And both of these teams taking up wins yesterday, so they're ready and gearing up to, you know, push themselves all the way into the upper bracket finals if they do take home a win today. But yeah, let's take a look at the brackets and how things have panned out yesterday. So we have Scythe as well as SMG facing off in the upper brackets as well. GEX, DV Topaz, OGX, as well as Scythe. Sorry, not Scythe. Anomaly will be in the lower brackets. So fighting for the tournament life, fighting for their Open 3 life. And we'll have to see how that concludes later on in the day. But yeah, what are your thoughts, Jenny, though, on how things have panned out?
We had kind of like a smoke show yesterday, right? Where we had 4 series and every series ended in that 2-0. I think the mainstream, like record breaking, I think they were done like before 9 p.m. Like the stream started at 5.
Yeah.
They played 2 best of 3s and they were done at like 8:50 or something. Absolutely wild. And like our stream also ended just a little bit after that, because we did have that one overtime, like that 14-12 in the first best of 3 series. But I'm really excited. I think that usually like day 2, day 3 is kind of when we see, like after today, right, we're only going to have 6 out of the 8 teams left in the competition, and I think day 2, day 3 is when we really start to see like the upper tier of teams pull away from the maybe lower teams that make it through into the playoffs. So I think the games get a lot closer, they get a lot more exciting. We really expect to see more of those 3-map games. So yeah, I'm excited. I mean, Fullsense Sapphire versus RRQ Kaguya to start things off. Like, what a series to open day number 2. Of course, Fullsense Sapphire already qualified through to Elite, and RRQ, you know, just kind of struggling a bit, especially in that open number 2. So they're going to be kind of, I think, wanting to look for that redemption, look for that revenge coming into today. And then the later series, we will see GE Phoenix going up against Deviant Topaz. And for both of these two teams, since it is the lower bracket, it is going to be that elimination, and they both did just get 2-0'd yesterday. So again, it's going to be like redemption. It's going to be fighting for their last chance in this open 3. So, you know, I expect to see like just everything all on the line right here for today.
Yeah, and what an insane series we're going to be seeing on later on in the day between GE as well as Deviant Topaz. But I think we have a couple of insane players that are going to be lining up on your screens right now. We have Fullsense Sapphire ready to take the stage up against RRQ. Jenny, take it away.
Oh my god. I mean, these girls, once again, they never need any introduction. They're all, I mean, they're famous. Do I need to see more? It's gonna be Baby TZ, Ginny, the legend herself, Muffin, Margot, as well as Polly. We did have the interview with Margot yesterday. She's really like telling us all about the winner's mentality that really like she and the rest of the girls on this Fullsense Sapphire squad have. As we mentioned, they're already qualified to Elite. They 2-0'd Orangutan X yesterday. Fun fact, OGX is also qualified, and Fullsense also just 2-0'd them like it was nothing. Like they just woke up, ate breakfast, normal day in the office, and just really showing that this team is back.
Yeah, so what a stacked team that we're going to be witnessing here again today. But let's jump over to their opponents, RRQ Kaguya. Now, this squad is, you know, they're no strangers to the scene as well, right? Similarly to how Fullsense Sapphire have been here for so long, so has RRQ. They've made a name for themselves. Nepsky, Iceberg, Ayumi, Aluka, as well as Bess, all playing like brilliantly, like lights out performance yesterday up against Anomaly, and now they have a chance to take down the titans that are Fullsense Sapphire. And speaking about this lineup, I think one of the most influential players is gotta be Ayumi, right? We gotta keep an eye out on her as the main duelist. Like, what is the type of room that she's gotta be making for her team? The kind of kills, the kind of entries, right? A lot of pressure on that single duelist, but you know, she's been there, she's delivered before, and as well as Nepsky, I think she is another great player for the side of Kaguya. She's really found her role within the team. She's really finding the comfortability, and she's putting up great numbers as well. So I think those two players on the side of Kaguya, you know, we got to keep an eye on them because they might be the needle movers to really push themselves into a win here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both of these teams, right? They qualified through into playoffs. I think both of them were 5-1. Fullsense Sapphire, their only loss was unfortunately their 1-2 versus SMG. RRQ, though, they're 5-1, but their only loss was to Fullsense Sapphire just a couple days ago. And plus, that was also a 2-0. So I think, like, you know, just coming into today's match, RRQ Kaguya, they just have so much to prove. I know like they had a very disappointing for them finish in Open 2 because they ended 3rd place in Open 1, but Open 2 though they did drop to that 5th and 6th to tie the spot, which we know for them was just they were hoping for something better. I think they're always hoping for at least 3rd and 4th. I mean, you know, they're always hoping for 1st, but you know, 5th and 6th I think was a bit of a disappointment, bit of a shock for all of us watching them. But we will get into map select very shortly. There it is. It's gonna be Lotus for map 1, Fracture for map 2, and if it does go the distance, we will see Bind for map 3. And Coldan, I know you love these big maps. Talk us through it.
Yeah, and so RRQ as well as Fullsense, right? The classic bands, the perma bands have been Haven and Ascent. So those two, nothing out of the ordinary. Picking Lotus and Fracture, I think, is a great avenue for RRQ to stage a win, stage a chance for them to win into this series. Because if we look at the history, right, look at Fullsense Sapphire versus RRQ Kaguya, Fullsense Sapphire are 3-0 in series wins. So the 3 times that they faced each other since Open 2, all 3 times that they've met, Fullsense Sapphire has won 2-0. It's a clean win for Fullsense Sapphire multiple times. And I think RRQ needs to come up with something creative. And I think picking into Lotus and Fracture are 2 fantastic maps for you to showcase your creativity, right? Those 2 maps, so many options with your agents, so many options with your compositions and your strategies that you can employ. So I'm really, really excited to see what Kaguya have in store for us, because this, if it's any 2 maps for them to take home a win, it's got to be on the newest map, and as well as one of the maps that it's arguably one of the most dynamic, right? You have Fracture, where there are essentially 2 attacker spawns. So I'm excited to see what Kaguya have for us. And a little bit of a tidbit, right? Between these 2 teams, every single time that they faced each other, we've gone into overtime on at least 1 map. In every series that they've played together, they've gone into OT. I don't know what this speaks for today, but it's just a trend. Yeah, it is a pattern that we've been seeing, and I'm really, really curious to what RRQ have in store for us. And I think one of the win conditions that RRQ need to have against Fullsense Sapphire is to come out guns blazing with great strats and great creativity, because first time, whatever, we lose to Fullsense Sapphire, they're a great team. Second time, it hurts a little bit. Third time, still not the charm. Maybe the 4th, right? Maybe the 4th time is the chance for them to really establish themselves as one of those top teams in the division in GC APAC. So I'm excited. I really am excited.
Yeah, I mean, I never heard no one say 4th time's the charm, but who knows? Maybe we'll see that today. Maybe RQ is gonna be like, hold my tea. I'ma just show that to you real quick. What do you think about how Fullsense picked Lotus and then decided to start on defense? Also, interestingly, I think for all 3 maps, I noticed that Fullsense are the ones who opted to start on defense for every single map. What do you think about that?
Yeah, so Fullsense Sapphire picked Lotus as the first map. I think that's a pretty interesting and daring map for Fullsense to pick.
Oh, yeah.
RQ opted to start on the attack side though, and I think picking to start on the attacking side on a map that has 3 spike sites, I think that's a great strategy going forward, right? You have a lot of chances to really dictate the pace of the match. You really can decide, like, do we want to rush towards A? Do we want to take things slow? Maybe push towards A, B, and C a little bit to see how the composition is going to work like. And there's a lot of room for the defenders to cover on a map such as Lotus, right? There's so many avenues. I think even as players, right, if you play Lotus in ranked as a defender, you're scurrying here left, right, and center, trying to figure out where are the gaps in your armor. So I think advantage going to be RQ's hand as they start onto the map of Lotus. As we jump into the agent select to see what they've been cooking up for us, what we have in store for our very first game of day number 2.
Oh, this is a lot more similar than I was expecting.
I expected, yeah, same.
Yeah, like, where's the chamber, where's the gecko? I'm like, oh, okay. So it's gonna be Sky, Raze, Killjoy that are mirrored, and then Jet, Omen versus Omen as well. So it's just the Jet versus the Viper then, and then the core 4 are gonna remain the same. Wow. So double duelist from the side of RRQ Kaguya. I mean, this is absolutely what we wanted to see. Right? We're like, we want them to come out guns blazing, show that confidence, just be like, oh, we lost to them 3 times in the past, so what? Today's a new day. We're gonna wake up, we're a different RRQ Kaguya today, and I think this is a great step forward.
I think I'm not tripping when I say that this is the first time we're gonna be seeing this composition from Kaguya.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen Ayumi Jet with Aluka on Raze.
Yeah.
Like, we know that they can play that, like, individually, but I don't think we've seen them play this together.
I think it's just the change on the Cypher over to the Killjoy, if I'm not mistaken. That was the last time they played on the map of Lotus. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what these 2 teams have cooked for us. Double controller versus double duelist.
All right, I think we here at the desk, we gotta take a little bit of a breather, but guys, Hugh is prepped and all ready to bring you the action for that map number 1. Of course, it's going to be the talented, my personal favorite caster duo in APAC. Guys, we wore black and blue just for you two. Daks and Blue, over to you.
Hey, I enjoy the bias there from the panel. I'll take it. I need a bit of positivity in my life. But come on, I'm very positive here, Blackenblue, that this is another episode, another chapter to the never-ending saga of Sapphire versus Kaguya. Here we go yet again. The upper bracket is set, and it's RRQ versus Fullsense one more time.
I mean, it's a run it back of the run it back of the run it back, as Coldan talked about a while ago. 3-0 so far. Sapphire up in the series against each other historically since Open 2, and RRQ have yet to get the better of them. The last time around during the Swiss stage of this Open, specifically 2-0, and if you look at the maps that they played here on Fracture going for map number 2, it's curious that RRQ let that in, and specifically pick it. They might have something planned in store, but we're going to look at Lotus to start things off. New configurations in terms of composition for RRQ, especially.
Just small adjustment since RRQ Kaguya. We notice now that they're going for more of a 5-woman roster. We're not really seeing the substitutions anymore from Open number 2, and they swap over Nabsky from a Cypher to a Killjoy instead. They have been running Ayumi and Aluka though in the front line for quite a while, and for RRQ, there's just so much to really work on against Fullsense Sapphire especially. But we start off the action. Aggression here from Sapphire to get control of Rubble to begin with, and RRQ will have to wait by lobby to begin this fight.
Taking that Rubble away early on, especially in a half like this, it creates this sort of uncertainty for RRQ on the attacking side of how confident they can be in going for that A site execute in the first place. B though looking to be attempted. They do have an alarm bot, so should be fully aware of this Fullsense. You can see how much commitment they have into holding that right A side portion of the map.
Yeah, Fullsense, they do want to anticipate any aggression early on. Best setting up the Trailblazer, broken quickly by Margot. And it's now Muffin backing on away. Painchill Slob, Ayumi inside the Cloudburst, and Margot trying to find that bit of damage, but Ayumi's already there. Stellar takedown to begin with. Margot gets one for her troubles, but RRQ, the numbers are here unrelenting, and they begin the siege of that A side. Slow down the pace though. They have the 4v2 advantage, and they can regroup accordingly towards Tree. Baby TZ, she was stellar yesterday against Orangutan X. Can she anchor down these sites the same way? A one-way setup, and RRQ going for the plant.
Yeah, it just makes it impossible for Baby TZ to even attempt to peek out there. That's a great initial entry towards that Rubble side, but here, all the way towards Tree, it only stands as Baby TZ goes down. Quick early round from RRQ, exactly the way they were expecting to start.
Yeah, they just timed it so well. As soon as they got that intel from the Trailblazer, Ayumi dashed in with the Cloudburst and honestly caught Margot in a pretty bad situation. Muffin isolated there while Margot was setting up the smokes, and the rest of RRQ would funnel on in from that point on. So, seems like for Kaguya, hasn't been the best record against Fullsense Sapphire, but a good start at least here on the first map.
Well, they're looking to change that here right now. Set the record straight, right, and how things should be continuing in terms of where teams look at and who they're looking for. Fullsense so far. And on this defensive side, they had a great idea to try and push up early, as I talked about, but they just simply didn't have enough firepower, I guess, and obviously the player count to really hold on to that exact idea. The paranoia from Margot, different type of utility like that, just wasn't connecting the way that they potentially expected, and allows now RRQ to get this early kind of momentum in the half.
Yeah, Sapphire now knows RRQ coming the way of A, but yet again, slow down the pace, find the timing, get the intel first and foremost. Seems like there are a few objectives that RRQ try to clear to begin with as, oh, okay. Haven't seen that happen on the map, but it's RRQ now. On site yet again, same kind of plan. Holding towards Tree, watches out the doorway also. Keep an eye out on Rubble, just because the lobby flank can happen.
They're making sure that they have some sort of presence there towards that Rubble, as he said. It's Baby TZ to be the sole flanker. Here comes the Brunton of the push on it as Baby TZ's caught out.
Yeah, 2 already here for RRQ. Fullsense coming up close, at least trying to get into a bit of distance. A bit of damage done towards Ayumi, but beyond that, it's RRQ yet again with a solid anti-eco to begin this set.
Yeah, making sure they don't get overrun. Obviously, the pick off there on the Baby TZ helped as well with keeping that front line just secured and in check. And if you're a team here like RRQ, you got some of these rifles, right? You got that Bulldog. You got everything else. You, actually, never mind. They actually buy up. They do not want to play a bonus. They really want to be making sure they take no half measures.
I mean, look at their money. They do have a bunch of creds to still use into the next round. Anyway, Yuumi with a rifle right now. It's the light armor strategy also. So RRQ, they have more money, more creds to work with down the line. This time C, looking likely. There you have the smokes being set on up. Baby TZ knows that there's trouble afoot. Yuumi though, falls first and foremost. Good hold, and another one. Baby TZ, collateral indeed. 3 down, Best does fight back. But RRQ Kaguya already crippled immediately by the killjoy. Can Nabsky find any value from the bent position? Pauly though, anticipating the push. The snake bite's there. And RRQ Kaguya, they didn't expect to lose that many players. Worse for wear now, the pain shell's making it even tougher. Pauly's ready. Down goes Nabsky. And in a 4v1 slate, the door opens.
Perfect.
The paranoia is there. And Margot, all she needs to do is hit the shots. There you go. Finds a target, finds the takedown, and finds the round for Fullsense.
Gets it in the end, but what a spectacular way of anchoring down the site there. They line it up, and she's able to knock her down. A triple for Baby TZ. Obviously, Pauly keeping sure she watches the opposite angle, and the way that RRQ were just completely shut down in the initial attempt. Fullsense, you know, even after losing those 2 rounds, they're here to play.
Yeah, they have to be careful, especially during the cross. We've seen from Baby TZ, especially against OGX yesterday, her anchor spots, just the way that she's willing and able to find those contact points so early on. Instrumental to the success of Sapphire indeed. Jinny though, close contact of the Sky's kind. There you have the Boombot trying to get intel, and you notice here, Blackenblue, since RRQ have been taking half armor measures, they have guns now to fight back with.
Well, maybe they've got some guns, but Guardian and Yuumi, showstopper, that's going to be the big one for Aluka. She has to be able to buy that space for them. I'm not sure if committing to this B site would be the best attempt from them. They have to try and pull that defense somewhere else. You can see once more, Rubble trying to be secured here by Fullsense Sapphire. They just need to be aware of not falling to the same mistakes of what worked out in RRQ's favor during the pistol round.
Yeah, Sapphire's just limiting those options and at least getting more map control as soon as possible. Muffin though, spotted by the Trailblazer. Pauly thinking about reinforcing the A front line. Margot though, found first. Muffin with a trade. Now still sticking around by Rubble. There you have the top screen to try and help her out. Muffin gets a target thanks to the snake bite. And the showstopper looking for anyone to just fire that rocket towards to. But in the end, it's 3v3.
Nabsky, very low after that bout. That can benefit her for sure. No Sky, Best is taken down. No way to get regrowth back up into fighting capacity. It's a B-side pivot that they're going to try and attempt here. And luckily, Baby TZ is here. And they're going to be aware of this attempt. She knows they're coming. She can find timing on this thing. She gets the one.
Oh!
The second. The third doesn't go her way. But she's bought time. Iceberg has to stick.
And now here comes the rest of Fullsense. They just confirmed that it's gonna be a B plant 1v2 situation from the shadows now to try and find a better angle. But Pauly's already on the defuse. And Fullsense Sapphire, can they stick it? Yes, they do. Alongside Jinny getting that takedown. Now we're all tied up, and Sapphire yet again finding the timings just by eliminating options early.
I think she wanted to initially kind of reposition there with from the shadows, but because of the fact that they were already on the spike, yeah, she had to bail out of it and left her in an awkward scenario where she might not have had the best angle. Baby TZ coming in big, calling her name, and sends him to the Shadow Realm. 2 and 2, they tie up the game off of that too, and you can see here that if RRQ are having their options just shut and measured by Fullsense, they're a lot more desperate to try and go for those late round pivots where things can go amok, and that's what Fullsense did.
Yeah, and Fullsense right now, since they see half armor measures on the other side, look at them too. They're running 25 armor, they're just keeping up on the economy front, and they know at the very least, RRQ Kaguya, they're gonna have more firepower than they always expect. Might as well take the same kind of measures. Stellar shooting already done by Sapphire anyway. Muffin though, found out by Ayumi. A strong beginning here for RRQ. Ayumi though, shut down now. Paranoia there to try and keep Margot alive. And can she teleport out in time? High ground held by Jinny. Sapphire has the top part to work with, and the cross is there. Best will fall. Jinny with a takedown. The smoke to cover.
Man, Fullsense Sapphire, they've been consistently picking apart RRQ on these entry attempts. Like, even before the spike gets planted down, they've been losing members just trying to get within the site because they've been holding these angles on the usual choke crosses. It's Iceberg. That's a great drop here in the Margot.
Now we see here for Sapphire, they're always at the ready, but now Iceberg giving a chance to RRQ. The plan comes on in. Nabsky still knows Ginny's on top. And Paulie and Baby TZ a different angle to try and work it. Flash comes on in. Ginny knows there's close contact. Iceberg gets 2 for her troubles at the very end. And that could have been it for Nabsky, but Ginny quicker on the reaction. Fullsense still stand.
So close though, how it came. It's a nice attempt by RRQ, but even better from Fullsense. As I said, you know, you start off a lot of those executes just at a disadvantage 5v3 because of the fact that Sapphire, they've been taking off these picks, finding these picks for the most part here early on these initial attempts. Ayumi starts things off, yes, but the kills here coming from Margot, coming from Ginny, it just makes things so much more difficult for trading game to work out in RRQ's favor at the end of the day, and Fullsense are able to play that player advantage to their, you know, the count to their name. So timeout forced here from RRQ Kaguya, and if you've been kind of keeping track of the economy, even though it's been, you know, 3 rounds that Fullsense have been winning over them, they've still been able to have some sort of proper buy at the end of, rather at the start of each round.
I mean, it's always been close rounds, right? How many players are left for Fullsense in many of these scenarios? Since they're capitalizing that they can play a frontline heavy start onto the map, RRQ will get those picks. RRQ have done their duty to actually carve a path towards these sites, but Sapphire at the very end, just how they limit these options, it's been the biggest reason why that they're prepared for any kind of retake scenario, and that's been case in point for the past few rounds.
These past few rounds certainly haven't been looking like the most fortunate ones for RRQ here. Initial attempt there, you know, you can see Fullsense really making sure they take rubble away, which is one of those big win conditions teams rely on the defensive side here on Lotus. You take away that rubble, it makes it so much more difficult to suddenly shift onto a B side hit or go for that A side commit, and you're kind of forced onto that B and C side of the map instead, which makes things a lot more, I guess, readable for the defense to be able to anticipate. And
yeah,
if that's what they can continue to do, shut down the options here for RRQ, then it's going to be a difficult opening half.
No, I agree with you, because they're being funneled basically by Sapphire. Sapphire sifting through these ingredients, knowing what toppings they want, knowing what kind of contact they will get later on. This time though, we don't get that rubble contest here from Sapphire. The Guiding Light still gets confirmation. With RRQ nearby towards main, and a chance to pivot towards B if ever. They're looking for picks though elsewhere, especially towards that B side. Muffin anticipating back to the lurk, and we've seen from Sapphire, they haven't crossed over to the other side as of yet here.
Look at the amount of ultimates that Fullsense Sapphire got here. So much to work with for that retake lockdown and Seekers. A side should be theirs. Plant will not go untethered. They will have a lurk here towards that B side, and that's going to keep some of the defense busy.
Yeah, but RRQ, Nabsky actually dodging Paranoia, getting out in time. And it's a big piece of utility that's gone already from this plate. You mentioned though, it's time for ultimates, it's time for Ginny and the Seekers. Maybe it's easy for contact. Finally realized Alaka's there, but Alaka sharp on the shot. A good start here for RRQ, holding down this spike site. Volley on the board, gets 2. Muffin there as well, and Fullsense now just charging on in. It's all Fullsense here, and Fullsense with another one. No matter the situation, they're prepared for these retakes.
Nicely done from Fullsense. Initially, nice shot there from Alaka coming up on top of the box, but as I said, you know, Fullsense just have so much more ultimates to throw, and they only used the Seekers for that one, but that was more than enough for them to find out about this off angle, flush Alaka out of it, and the rest of it just circumventing and kind of overcoming whatever post-plant hole that RRQ had set in place. And even though initially Nabsky was pulling some of their attention towards that B site, they knew that they didn't necessarily have to bother about it if they were quick enough on the site take itself.
And come on, Paulie also from drop, right? Getting 2 of those kills out of nowhere. It's a Sapphire right now, stepping up, getting more value than that's initially expected from their positions. And for now, it's pretty clear cut that this strategy is working for them. Play a bit aggressive on a certain angle. Limit those options yet again. And here we have it, Ginny. She's the one who's looking for that contact. No toxic screen up as of yet. He's anticipating someone moving through route, and there you go. The smoke a little too late to the party. Nabsky taking a step too far.
Yeah, finds a small opening, but that's more than enough for a player like her to connect the shot.
Here.
Another opening pick here. going in the way of Fullsense Sapphire. And RRQ playing with the odds against them once more. They do have From the Shadows to try and scout out that backside towards a drop maybe. But is that really what's going to be the best tool here? So much more ultimates for the retake once again for Fullsense. It can continue the momentum with this, and RRQ Kaguya in such a difficult spot. They're going to have to get somewhat aggressive here just to find an early pickoff and equalize the player count.
Yeah, they're trying to push with Best and Aluka. The flash comes on in, but Ginny back in cover. Trailblazer broken. Paranoia's there. Ayumi does find Margot, but Baby Teasy ready to get on board yet again. It's 4v3 now. Fullsense still funneling RRQ into places that they will find them. Here comes the showstopper. Muffin lets it rip. Ayumi can't dodge it whatsoever. And then Muffin with the clear. Do they know that Iceberg's here in the corner? Dropped out of position of opportunity, but she can't even get the shot going. Ginny still survives and thrives. It's Fullsense now with a handful of rounds.
That should have been it. She should have been able to get one there, maybe even two, considering Muffin was low. You get the quick kill on maybe Muffin, then swap on over to the diffuser. Things could have gone very differently. I mean, I like the attempt here from RRQ to go a bit aggressive. As I was talking about, in that case, you don't have the player count in your favor. Get aggressive, maybe find an early pickoff, but just not able to hit their shots has been a problem here for RRQ Kaguya. And after the timeout, to still not be able to win a round, that's gotta hurt. They still have some sort of buy here, but look at how just even with them able to economically get these rounds going, they can't close them out.
Man, if you think about the protocols we see here, RRQ Kaguya, past few rounds, they say, let's go A. Fullsense, what's their protocol on the defense? Make them go A. Make them stick around the walls, the corners, stay around tree, and we know the rest of the map is ours. So this time, we change up the pace, we change up the site. C looking to be where RRQ Kaguya wants to contest. Mound here taken by Kaguya as well. Fullsense still such a stranglehold so far. So many utilities set up for them on the other side.
Well, lockdown here in place, right, as we call it. They got something to work with, but the counter lockdown's actually timed really well. This is going to make it so that you're going to force RRQ to basically have to use their lockdown for nil, for nothing. They don't get any value out of it effectively. Gets destroyed too, just barely at the end. Oh, detain as well.
Yeah.
I think that's maybe to goad them in to try and go for an aggressive peak, but nothing comes of it.
Yeah, the
RRQ
discipline right now.
Kaguya just once again kind of short of options here.
They're just sticking around. They know that they can hold down the site. Now RRQ Kaguya decide to pivot towards B, and the Ayumi looking at least to find any contact towards Waterfall. Ginny though, the flash is there, and Fullsense now come out of the woodworks to make that 3 here from Margot, linking up with the rest of the squad, and it's a 3v2 scenario immediately. So low HP already for Aluka. Navsky hurt as well, and they're separated here. Spike no longer in the hands of RRQ Kaguya. Fullsense in full control, and this round should be theirs yet again.
Man, just perfect timing here from Margot. Dipping into the fight, finding the 3, going unchecked, and RRQ once more in another spot where their attempt to even get the spike down is just completely halted because of the fight's not going their way. And Fullsense have been doing a good job of punishing multiple times over. They expect that aggression to come. They expect them to push towards that CT, towards that defensive spawn side, right? Towards the entry. And when RRQ do so, Fullsense are lying in wait, and they've been once again kind of really cutting down on the options that RRQ have got here. You think it'd be multiple choice A, B, or C, but sometimes it looks more like a true or false, if anything.
It doesn't even seem to have a right answer by this point. No matter what door you actually will push through, it's Fullsense Sapphire waiting for you. And here we go yet again. Ginny, though, this is trouble, but somehow she avoids it. How is she still alive? Ginny, the unstoppable force, cannot be removed whatsoever. 2 down, and Fullsense yet again silencing RRQ Kaguya to begin with.
She simply will not go down.
Oh no.
Ginny, incredible stuff. Baby Teasy gets the 1-off for free. And RRQ look completely lost right now. This is such a desperate half already, and we're only in round number 9. And you can tell that RRQ just almost at a loss for ideas, the same way we're at the loss for words.
I mean, somehow, some way, Ginny survives the end, and Baby Teasy, she knows that 2 are coming towards Mound. Back to the site she goes, back to the usual positions that she's strong at. And Iceberg The smokes come on out, but it's a desperate endeavor to make it through. Poly already reinforcing. The Nano Swarm is popped, keeping Iceberg and Nats get me. And here comes Baby TZ, singing them a lullaby, a sweet kiss goodnight even. 3 down for her, and it's a 5-round gap now for Fullsense.
Man, for one of the tyrants here of the APAC scene in RRQ Kaguya, formerly in the past, Fullsense are really looking like they've taken things up to a different notch here. And a lot of times, in these kind of rematch games, it's a team who lost the last time around, who typically learns more, is able to adjust and come back to retaliate and go back and forth. But it's been, for the most part, aside from the opening 2 rounds, a one-way show for Fullsense Sapphire here, and they're looking absolutely stellar.
And you go back to the Rumble take, and RRQ Kaguya needs to respect it. A bit of a split approach as they're trying to find any kind of opening. But maybe this is the perfect time to talk about that history there, Blackenblue. Ever since the Elite Tournament last year, ever since it was X10 versus Alter Ego Celeste, which is pretty much the core of RRQ Kaguya, it has always been Sapphire. Open 1 as Sapphire. Open 2, Open 3. All Fullsense Sapphire every single damn game. And RRQ Kaguya has not found an answer for pretty much over a year already. Coldan mentioned it a while ago. Yes, these maps have gone into overtime in this series, but it's always been a Sapphire victory ever since Sapphire took that slot away on that international stage. Here we go yet again though. Contact now. Muffin and Margot. A bit of trouble thanks to the paint shells. Best looking to find the opportunity. Margot gets the hell out of there still. And Fullsense now retreat to Jose.
Able to fall back to safety even with all that pressure, and it's maybe one of those things, Daks, when you look at how these two teams are, that just stylistically, once they found out how to adjust and how to counteract them, they work super well, and Muffin's incredible in that double!
You want the counter action? There you go. What a reaction from Muffin. Best though, at least gets that kill, but it's 4v2. Make that 4v1. Napsky the only one standing. She will fall as soon as she's spotted. This is Fullsense Sapphire's domain, and with an 8-2 scoreline, they're putting the proof in it.
30 seconds left.
It's like a glass ceiling, Daks. Once it cracks once, the entire foundation and the structure of it simply goes as well. Incredible stuff we're seeing here from Fullsense Sapphire, and it was throughout the entirety of last year, the core of RRQ, that former Alter Ego Celeste team, they were the ones who were simply spoiling the fun for this Fullsense Sapphire squad when they were still on X10. But one Sapphire found their one win against them when it mattered the most in the grand finals. That is when they turned things around. They've beaten them before, but after that grand final, everything just turned the wayside here for the Kaguya squad.
Yeah, the one in the upper bracket finals, the one in the grand finals, and then everything and anything we've seen here in 2023. Flash comes on in, but look who's ready! Of course, it's Baby TZ! Another one bites the dust! It's all Baby TZ now, and she gets 3! And the damage has been done yet again. Critical look here for RRQ Kaguya. A Yumi desperation with the blades, trying to be the hero of this story. And a chance now to pivot perhaps. Ayumi's pushing towards Gravel. Fullsense here, the auto queue though. And it's time for the retake. Boombot leading the charge. Trailblazer there too. And yet again, Sapphire. Intel so necessary. Paranoia's there. Ayumi, she still gets the kill, yes, but the pain shells will give her due. It's 2v1 now. Op is out, and Nabsky is gone. Fullsense again. Full control is an understatement.
Absolutely just sensational the way the Sapphire squad have been playing throughout this map, and this is, I'd hate to say it, akin to how it turned out the last time these two teams matched up against each other. That map number 1, just a complete wash in the favor of Fullsense Sapphire. They won on Pearl like 13-2, and then they won Fracture in like 5, 6 overtimes. Right, super overtime basically. Nobody could even count at that point, and we're going to Fracture for map number 2, but this one's looking to tell the same tale as their opening Swiss match might have been.
And that's why we have this map draft in the first place. You saw that RRQ was the one who banned Pearl, even though they were exceptional at it in Open 2, just because of that loss. Overall, Sapphire has manipulated RRQ out of the game in this map right now. And truth be told, they've been affecting them all throughout the year from what we've seen. Seekers though are out. Ginny Waiting for that initial contact. Healers are coming this way. Here we go with the cross turret. Gets a bit more of confirmation. But Baby TC burns down Napsky already. She's holding down Tree, removing a spot RRQ Kaguya has used to call them home. The lockdown's there too, forcing that contact. Ginny on the board. And it's just RRQ stuck in a sandwich. Absolutely pinched from all sides. From the shadows to evacuate, sure. But yet again, choices made by Sapphire towards RRQ.
Very questionable decisions here in how RRQ are playing. As Marco finds a pick off on the Yumi, nobody even applying pressure from the tree door itself. There was maybe just some contact made by Marco, but where's a follow-up on that? Maybe you can Trailblazer into it. You still have it, you know, potentially. Those type of things, it's been creating massive problems here for RRQ, who simply give a one-sided answer to the multiply faceted defense of Fullsense.
And Fullsense Sapphire all throughout this year been getting better and better, looking to make that case that they can reach the stars, reach Team SMG. And of course, their past will not haunt them. They are on a warpath versus RRQ Kaguya with his 10-2 standing. We'll toss it over to the panel to break down what's happened so far.
10-2 for Fullsense Sapphire. I mean, they're just absolutely picking apart RRQ at this point. Coldan, break it down for us.
I mean, it's not much to break down if I'm gonna be honest with you. All right, okay. So they win the first 2 rounds. RRQ has a fantastic start. They buy up into the 3rd round. I'm expecting them to, you know, have something interesting. You know, catch a Fullsense Sapphire off guard with the Bulldogs and the Vandals. But then Fullsense Sapphire, they just realize that, hey, we are the better team, right? Every single read that they've had of RRQ has been on point. Every single time RRQ has attacked the site, Fullsense Sapphire are either proactively pushing for map control or they're going for a nice rotation towards the site that, you know, actually has the commit that's coming towards. So whenever RRQ are committing to a site, there's always 2 or 3 players of Fullsense Sapphire already there, willing to stand and to fight. And, you know, sometimes when they don't, you know, have multiple players on the site itself, they play for a retake setup. They allow RRQ to actually, you know, gain control over the A side multiple times. At least twice we've already seen Fullsense Sapphire play for that retake setup. They've only, you know, used very sparingly their utilities as well, and they're slowly picking them apart. I mean, RRQ just need to regain their composure. They need to realize that they need to play together, they need to trade each other out, and they need to flood the site with util. You know, swapping over to on the defense side, they need to really push for map control together, or, you know, proactively play for a retake in order to really stand a chance in this map.
Yeah, I mean, Fullsense Sapphire, they're just so good at making sure that when RRQ finally commit to the site, they're completely out of util. But we'll see if they manage to keep this up going into the second half. I don't know if RRQ come back from this one, guys. Daks and Blue, back to you.
Hey, look, the last time these 2 teams faced off, it did go into overtime. But Blackenblue already exposed the script a while ago. Yeah, it always has to be 1 wash, 1 overtime in this kind of matchup. It's such a different struggle, though, here for RRQ Kaguya right now, though. Did you see the win streak they have? 10 rounds in a row, right? It hasn't stopped whatsoever, and the momentum fully in Sapphire's favor as they go to the tapping side.
It's not even momentum at this point, Daks. It's absolute inertia. Velocity just doesn't look to stop anytime soon.
Apparently you need a physicist now just to see how Sapphire's winning.
I mean, there's a movie about a physicist right now, and I think that's more than enough science for the weekend.
Yeah, well, good vibrations aside, though, it's time now to see if Sapphire can keep up this kind of momentum.
Did you just say good vibrations as a long form of good vibes? Is that what it's supposed to be?
It's a double entendre, honestly. If you watched it, you will know. Okay?
I see.
Remember I told you my story when I watched Barbie and that movie was right beside us? There you go. Yeah, now, there you go. Sublime indeed. And there you have it. Sublime from RRQ. They at least are holding together, working as a unit. Coldan mentioned it. They just need a bit of teamwork. And now the team is setting themselves up for success. Gone is Fullsense, and RRQ stands on C.
It's another pistol round win for RRQ, and that's certainly nothing that you can certainly fault. Of course, in this case, still a long way to go, to say the very least, but it's a start, and that's the most important thing. RRQ, they gain a round back. maybe, just maybe, Daks at this map is suddenly defender-sided.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that RRQ can work with, and maybe here on the defense, they're going to be a bit more coordinated on their approach, especially as they know Sapphire is coming their way. Here we go with the Guiding Light, though. It's an eco round here for Fullsense. As you can see already, RRQ picking up a rifle, picking up a few bulldogs along the way. They know they need to invest early just in case. RRQ, early aggression, sure. Navsky will retreat for now. And Sapphire funneling themselves, moving over A instead, where it's actually best awaiting them.
Slowly taking their time. Here comes down that push from Fullsense. Best in difficult spot. No more guiding lights, no flashes to continue for the fight. Baby TC good on the one. They know where Best is. The help is coming in big here. And Muffin follows up with a double.
Yeah, but Fullsense, they have the advantage now. They pick up a few guns as well. And look what Baby TC has. She has the Phantom in hand. So timing now might be key here for Sapphire. The angle even better. And Muffin gets a 3K here. We've seen Muffin step up these situations. Will the anti-eco stand? Yes, it will be a Sapphire win. What a way to get that victory. What a way to get that thrifty, man.
Yeah, they just completely got overrun there on the side. They wanted to anchor things down. They thought they could and simply front the push here of Sapphire, but even these diamonds in the rough have completely shined and shimmered today. RRQ trying to bring the rough game to them, but it's completely smooth sailing from Fullsense Sapphire, who have no problems at all dealing with the defense right now.
And we've seen again how Sapphire works with the numbers advantage. As soon as they realize the landscape of the defense, that it was only Best there, later on reinforced by one more player, they took advantage of the corners. They took advantage especially on the wall on the right side of the site, and from that point on, they found the kills and they found the guns to work with. This is a perfect chance for them to keep on going, as it's RRQ forced to play the eco instead.
Man, it's so difficult right now for RRQ. The way things have gone, and just the disparity of the coordination in Fullsense in comparison to Kaguya for this map specifically, it's very, very evident here that Fullsense just came today to play, and there's nothing RRQ have done or been able to do to stop them.
One enemy
Look, so far, Fullsense Sapphire, they're making a very good case for themselves. Look at their bracket. Look what they're facing up against right now, as it's a flawless victory to put themselves on match point. They took down the Orangutan X yesterday. They're putting themselves in a good spot here to beat RRQ Kaguya as well, especially on this first map. And if this continues, Sapphire is just making that statement that they are gunning for that top spot of the Game Changers APAC League.
Well, they've done it once before, Daks, when they weren't the favorites, when they were the perennial second or third seed at best. They took down the champs. They took down this former Alter Ego squad to claim it all in the lead. And right now, the favorites looking like SMG. They're looking to take their crown as well with these type of performances.
Yeah, this is now Sapphire unleashed truly. And it took them a while to get started this year, but here now in Open 3, we're getting maximum potential realized by the Sapphire squad that represented the region before. Now, a default on what could be the last round of this map. Besto, a plan to play aggressive with Alaka. Do they dare swing and push? There's the flash and a kill onto Polly. Best also covering fire. Stellar crossfire made there, covering one another. And a good beginning for Kaguya to keep alive.
But you see the coordination, and that's something we haven't been seeing from a lot of the pushes of RRQ there. You have Alka on the wide swing, Best holding a close angle because they know someone's going to be playing that trade position, and she's at the ready. They're at the ready for both. It's exactly what RRQ have to continue to do if they have any hopes of coming back into this map.
Yeah, that's the level of play that Sapphire have set. RRQ need to match that. Heck, they have to surpass that if they want to make this comeback happen. They do know, though, an A push awaits. The door open, Margot and Muffin cross accordingly. Ginny's waiting for any of them to come from his doorway. There's the teleport, but Best wins the fight anyway. And it's Muffin who will fall. Ginny gets 2. Here comes Ayumi with the operator. It's 1v3. Ginny has the secrets, at least, to know where these targets are. But it's a difficult task, made even harder by their positions. Time running out. Ginny needs to go. There's the op. There's Best now towards the corner. RRQ just running away from the fight. Keeping in cover, keeping in check. And they eventually group up to slay the last member. It's RRQ who survived for now.
You know, we needed to see more of that in the previous rounds. It wasn't even about hitting the shots necessarily, just the way that they actually addressed each individual problem here. And you talked about the level of play of what Fullsense Sapphire brought to this map, brought to this game, and this series specifically. And it was such a big disparity in how much more coordinated and how much more set positioning Fullsense had compared to RRQ. And if they can continue to play like that, especially if we move on over to the second map, then we could have a real series on our hands.
Yeah, they just need a bit of a wake-up call here, and a Yumi perhaps. Alarm bells ringing, and there you have it. Eyes wide open, Margot falls. A good start here for Kaguya, at least that pick. Now making Sapphire slow down the pace yet again.
That's the thing too. Trying to be aware of somebody on that peak, right? Making sure that on the close angle, on the cross angle rather, expect and trying to, in the first place, guess that Margot could be there. Anticipate that is a proper word. You know they got an Omen. They can definitely do things like that. And Ayumi, once more, expecting now, honestly, having the right read in the situation where they could be coming towards this B site.
Yeah, it's difficult because Sapphire only has the toxic screen to work and it's headed towards A. Pain Shell's no love. Ayumi has to disengage. And look at Muffin go. Iceberg though will stop her. Dead to rights. Ginny with a trade. And this time around, Sapphire yet again with the rotation. They're down a member, sure. They open the doorway, but they double back and they're looking to move perhaps towards A here.
Showstopper available for Alika.
30 seconds left.
Maybe they can shut them down. They don't seem to be ready of this A-side hit just yet, so it's going to be a bit late on the rotation. But that doesn't have to be necessarily a problem. They still have the player count advantage in their favor. The best from the door opens things up and absolutely takes them down. Now they're pressed for time.
Yeah, Yumi might have the angle here, and there you go. Nice shot, even better from Navsky, and RRQ yet again stay alive here. The rotation that was pulled, you were talking about it a while ago, might have been a threat towards the RRQ defense, but since they got these early picks, since they had that pressure, especially given by Iceberg, given by the operator on the Jets, it was enough for them to weather that storm. And I think the problem right now for Sapphire on this attacking side is they're running out of time trying to go for these rotations, looking for opportunities.
Really smart there by Yumi as well. Once she spied Muffin kind of jump peeking out there to try and get information. She anticipated the fact that, hey, somebody, maybe Margot, could be crawling up on the deeper angle and takes her out. But the fact that they're giving multiple points of ways to contest and presence here, RRQ on this defensive side, that's exactly what they have to continue to do moving forward. Even if this map, let's say, closes out later on in Fullsense Sapphire's favor, the lessons that they've and the attempts that they've been doing these past two rounds, it's really so far different from what they were trying to do on the attacking side and what they've been doing a while ago. And it's not just because of the side swap, it's also just the way they address things. You can tell much more coordinated, and the type of play that has earned them the infamy that they have in the APAC scene.
Yeah, things look so much more in sync, right? It's a completely different team we're seeing now compared to the first half. And if RRQ Kaguya can continue on this form, they can make this map very respectable. They even go for that big comeback. It's such a tough task ahead of them. 7 rounds still the gap. Rifles at the ready here for Sapphire. And we go for another default play. Slow things down, cut that noise, and find that opening perhaps towards B here.
Going out.
Trailblazer out. B-side execute to come now for Fullsense Sapphire. No ultimates in the way to throw him, but if they do get the plant, they can get some of these online, namely that lockdown, which would be big. Spike down, retake to come in for RRQ. They got the showstopper to initiate, but maybe it's easy. Just burns down Best on the retreat.
Yeah, doesn't realize the nanoswarm's there thanks to the smoke, and Navsky now with the find out the Muffin. Navsky, if she can get one board, that can be the lockdown that they can utilize, but no, not gonna happen in this round. Sapphire now with the advantage. Showstopper absolutely stopped indeed. And Fullsense Sapphire, a step in the right direction and stepping on the opposition with domination. What a win, especially after that first half buffer. They show yet again they have RRQ's number.
And you see the player cams there at the end. Once more, after winning like the same way they did versus Orangutan yesterday, completely calm, completely collected. They know the job ain't done. They're here for the long game. They want to make it into Elite. with the best record that they can set just to kind of get themselves going, right, and absolutely dominate as much as possible. But you know, the mistakes that were being shown here and the feathers that were being shed by RRQ throughout that first half, they have to completely let go of that, because what we saw from the second half, as you said, Daks, looked like a much more in sync and a completely different team. And if they can continue that here in the Fracture, knowing that they played a lot better on Fracture the last time they played these two teams played against each other, then we could definitely see this extend into a third map. So even though map number 1 might have been a wash, I don't think that's going to continue on for the rest of the series.
Yeah, but then again, you look at how Sapphire has been playing, how incredible still the caliber of play we've seen from Baby TZ, from Muffin, from Ginny especially. Honestly, we notice how she's always able to get these crosses going, that she's able to find this kind of intel, and Sapphire, the gears are just clicking, everything's just rotating accordingly, and we'll rotate ourselves out. We'll toss it over to the panel to break down what happened on that first map.
Thank you, gentlemen. 13 and 5. We saw kind of like a glimmer of hope, I think, for RRQ Kaguya after that switch. But I think the main question for us right now, Coldan, is did we see enough from RRQ in this map number 1, right? Because they're going to have to bring this to a map 2 to even get to that map 3. Coming into this match, we're like, oh, this is supposed to be redemption for RRQ. They had that disappointing 5-6 finish in Open 2, and they're supposed to, you know, come back stronger, come back different. But did we see enough of that?
Did we see enough? I think it's a glimmer of hope, as what the casters have mentioned, but not enough in my books to be anything convincing at this point in time. Let's take a look at the scoreboard to really see how, you know, this entire map kind of played out, and I think pretty self-explanatory. I mean, if you look at the scoreline just by itself, it was a 10-2 half. And I think no surprise again, Baby TZ topping the scoreboard for Fullsense Sapphire. What a performance from her yet again as that Sentinel player. 20 and 10. Yeah, 5 first kills.
This is gonna be her 3rd MVP in 3 maps. I'm calling it right now. She got 2 from yesterday in that 2-0, and I mean, she's got to be getting this 3rd one today after that Lotus performance. Just absolutely insane. It's also, I think she got like 3 first kills on Killjoy yesterday for one of the games too, and we were already like, okay, like 3 first kills on the Sentinel is pretty darn good. 5 first kills as a KJ. I mean, sheesh, girl. Leave some for the rest of your teammates. Come on.
I think it's a little bit of an interesting factor, right? When you have Baby TZ as your Sentinel player and you allow Fullsense to start on the defending side, I think it just empowers Baby TZ even more, right? Whenever you have her on a single site, you can trust her to get at least 2 or 3 or maybe even shut down the entire push. And that's just so much confidence in the back pocket, right, of Fullsense. And Ginny, I gotta mention her as well. She got a couple of really, really insane opening picks on the defending side, just holding an angle. I remember so many times she's just ADSing with the Vandal, looking down a super tight corner, like 1 pixel thin. And then she just gets an instant headshot and gets away scot-free. No idea how she's able to do that, but I mean, every single player is...
Jenny is just absolutely insane. I mean, I'm sure we're gonna see some of her kills in the highlight reels, but just wow, like the angles that she manages to hold, the patience, and also just that insane reaction speed. Like, I swear, like, she shoots before my eyes even register anything. I'm like, holy cow, I don't know how she does it, but she's just, you know, proving that she's still got that magic after so many years. And called it. It's 10% Yuta kills? Yo. Yeah, her nano swarms were so nasty this map too. But once again, you know, that KDA assist percentage, the 77.8% yesterday. She was also rocking up with the high, the 70%-ish numbers as well. Just showing that it's not just the solo kills that she gets at the start when people hit the site that she's at, but also that she's using that util to help out her team, like in the retakes and with the team play also. It's just, I mean, the numbers don't lie.
Yeah, Fullsense Sapphire, they're just insane players in their own right. They're very smart and they're very confident to take down those fights, but we'll see if RRQ can be confident in the next map. It's gonna be Fracture, and they really gotta recompose themselves and gain back that confidence to know that they definitely do stand a chance. But it's Gotta start off on the second map. We'll be right back after this break, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this.
Found them. Killed my ball. Spike down. One enemy remaining. Flawless. 30 seconds left. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bang. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Hi guys, and welcome back to map 2 of series 1 of the day between Fullsense and RRQ Kaguya. Fullsense giving us that full show versus RRQ on Lotus. I mean, whew, every time we see this team, they get better and better, right? And I think the narrative coming into today was that Fullsense, they're already qualified for Elite, right? They're just aiming to be SMG in one of the opens or one of the competitions this year. But for RRQ Kaguya, it's really about the revenge, the redemption, and I don't know if this is the series that we're gonna see them come back from. What do we think? Oh, your mic.
It's gotta start here and it's gotta start now. My mic, you know, getting off to a cold start, but that's something that RRQ cannot afford, right? They really need to get their grip together and really understand that this is it, right? Fracture is a map that they've played before. Fracture is a map that they're pretty, consistently played over the past few months. And going up against Fullsense Sapphire, they've played it before in the previous series. It went to an overtime affair of 20-18 with Fullsense Sapphire, barely winning it at the very end. But it's not an impossible matter. It isn't that impossible map that it might seem. I think they have a decent chance at it, especially if they do run the typical lineup, which is the double duelist.
I think they
I'm
haven't-
curious.
Yeah, I think it's been a while since they ran the Neon on Fracture
that's
as
true.
well. I would love to see them bring that Neon back. Also, I feel like the thing about Fracture, right, is that it's a map that you cannot play scared. If you go into Fracture without like 120% confidence, Fullsense, especially as a team, will absolutely catch you out. So I'm kind of a bit worried for RQ, I don't know if that map won. I don't know if that's just the level that they're at right now, or if that was like it's our first warm-up game of the day, but we can actually play better, So I'm not sure what to think coming into this map too, especially on Fracture.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ cannot play scared, right? That is a must. They need to really play together and really enable all of their players with great sets of utility. Looks like they might be running that Sky as well as Breach combo, so they do have a couple of flashes that they can get information, they can get map control over. So they really just need to play together, I think. It's more of a team synergy thing than more of compared to an individual matter. So RQ, they just need to, hammer down the basics. It is a map that they're comfortable on, so that is, I guess, the win condition for this one.
Yeah, I think it's this and Ascent, right? They're most played maps. Usually it does end up in a best of 3. I think it's like Ascent, Fracture, Haven, I want to say. Yeah, usually in those best of 3 series. So hopefully, you know, that comfortability is going to lend itself to them putting up a better showing, because we want this series to go to that 3 maps, right? I mean, we've been waiting this whole year for RRQ to just prove themselves again. And yeah, we did do a little bit of quick maths, not our strong suit, you know, here at the desk, but we did a bit of quick math. And before Open 3 playoffs, we did have the 3 teams that were qualified through to Elite already, with SMG, RRQ 10X, as well as Fullsense Sapphire. After RRQ's win yesterday, because they do guarantee top 6 now that they're in the upper bracket, they're also qualified for Elite. They're the 4th team that will make it through, and I'm actually not sure if RRQ have done the math yet. I'm not sure if, like, you know, in the breaks we should like go tell them, like, girls, you're qualified. You know, like, you can just, you know, W gaming, do what you want. You got this. You're making it regardless of like how you play today. But yeah, I mean, regardless how the series ends, they've punched their ticket to Elite already.
Yeah, even though they did qualify already, I think that they really, really want to make a statement, right? When they're faced up against such an enemy, kind of like the arch enemy.
Whoa.
yeah, like the arch enemy,
here.
you know, framing it. Yeah, that'd be their friends, but enemies on the server, right? Rivals on the server. You really, really want to break that chain of success that they've had against you. 3 wins to nothing. RRQ, they must be just vying for that win. And you know, after map number 1, we saw a little bit of, you know, glimmer of hope at the end towards the, you know, the second half. And if they can carry that little bit of confidence over into map number 2, you know, you have Ayumi on that jet, you have Aluka, as well as Iceberg and Bez there to set her team up. I think it's a winnable thing. I genuinely do believe that RRQ have a chance on Fracture, especially considering the fact that we went into like very deep overtime the previous time they did play Fracture. And it's gotta require a team effort, and
for sure,
I'm really hoping about that.
Yeah, it's their best map, right? And also they've gone for their, I think this is the same composition they run for like the last 6 times they've played Fracture, so a very comfortable, very standard pretty much setup from them this time around. They are starting on attack side as well, and you know, we said this at the start of map 1 too, that they've got to come out of the gates guns blazing if they want that chance to just overpower Fullsense Sapphire. I think FS Sapphire right now, like, they're just straight vibing, like they're feeling it. Like, there's no way to heat check these girls. I think for RRQ Kaguya, in map number 1, we saw them win pistol, and then we saw them convert that into the second round win as well. It was kind of in round 3 that those cracks started to appear and problems started to show up. I think that if RRQ can recreate that success in the pistol and in round 2, then they've definitely got a chance. How do we feel?
Yeah, that definitely is one way for them to get into this map. I think another, you know, very general aspect of Fracture is that it's a really rather big map as well. There's a lot of map control that you can get as an attacker, right? You have 4 avenues for you to push at the start of the round. And I think what RRQ really wants to do, right, is push back the defenders, right? Push them back towards the site, deny them of information, and then gather up and attack a site together, you know, and overwhelm the defenders of Fullsense Sapphire. But of course, I say it's much easier in theory compared to, you know, when you're actually going up against Baby TZ as one of the sentinels and one of the sites. But yeah, that's something that RRQ need to, you know, really work together, really put it together, this map right here, in order to push it to a potential map number 3 and, you know, potential series win into the upper finals of Open 3.
Honestly, I feel like any team playing versus Baby TZ, like, that girl, she's pretty much like how everyone feels when you're trying to get on site and you realize like they've bought op. Like, I feel like it's the same thing, right? Like, you know, you try an entry on site, you hear the op go off, and you're like, oh no, the op's here, and then everyone just like hightails it out of there, rotates to a different site. I feel like that's how people are starting to think of Baby TZ. It's like, you get on site, you hear the tower, and you're like, oh, Baby TZ's here, oh, the Killjoy's here, forget it. And then we're all just like, rotate, just pack it up, move it along, go somewhere else. I don't know. I'm kind of getting the feeling that, you know, that's how teams are starting to view Fullsense Sapphire at this point. I think we,
I mean,
yeah.
We
have a bit of a tech pause. Yeah, well, we'll be a couple more minutes more. What are you gonna say?
No, I'm just saying, like, it's kind of that reliability thing that Baby TZ brings for a team, right? Because she is so devastating as a solo anchor on any of those sites, you can, go for a bit more of those gamble stacks. As Fullsense Sapphire on the defensive side, you can stack a bit more players towards the side that Baby TZ isn't playing on, because you know that she's good for 1 or 2 and might even just survive into the retake. So that is something that Fullsense Sapphire have been in their back pocket. RRQ have a chance to disrupt that, have a chance to really make a name for themselves here now.
Yeah, I mean, this is where they gotta step up. This is where they gotta show up. If they wanna do better than their 5th, 6th place finish in open number 2, then today is the day that we gotta see that brand new RRQ. Guys, our tech pause, thankfully, is over. All players loaded in, ready to go from one pair of black and blue to another. Daks and blue, back over to you.
Okay, nice precision there, Jenny. I love
Alright,
it.
I'll give
Alright,
that
yeah.
half a point.
Yeah, look, they went. Look at their apparel. So they're rocking your colors, black and blue.
Yeah.
But look at what we're wearing right now.
That's not what they showed up to rehearsal to. A lot
Yeah,
so I want Coldan to swap back over the baby blue later on, and maybe we'll actually get something going.
Yeah, their costume changed there. But look at where we're running. So you have the elephants. I
Yeah.
have the cats.
You have cats.
Raph on the
Over
other
the other
stream.
podcast.
He has
Yeah.
the dogs, and so it's a jungle out there apparently. But the kingdom of Fullsense
Maybe more of a
Sapphire.
zoo, if
It's
anything.
more a zoo. I don't know. It might even be a fiesta later on. But my point here really is Fullsense Sapphire. Their kingdom is fractured. If you look at their statistics, right? Even though RRQ Kaguya picked this map, I don't think I've seen Sapphire actually lose all throughout this year on Fracture. The closest that it ever got to losing was versus RRQ Kaguya in the Swiss stage, and that went into 7 overtimes. This time I counted because you asked in the last map. So, can RRQ get the job done here and survive? You know the script, you know that this series can get competitive, and now they want to compete moving towards A.
Well, seems like they're coming here towards that A main as we talked about. And look at this, they line up. Muffin only good for the one. Still though, Polly chiming into the fight, not dissuaded. She gets her one before she's done, falls back away in a safety, takes her time, just as you might have had to count all those overtimes during our break.
Yeah, the small little tech pause that wasn't even a tech pause. But then again, RRQ stopped immediately in their tracks. You can see for Fullsense, a lot of their stratagems do rely on how Ginny and Marco can utilize their utility to help out in a pinch. A fault line there stops RRQ, and now we go back to a slower pace yet again.
Well, RRQ, all hope is not lost just yet. That the Sheriff here and Aluk, and they maybe find a pick off with that, continue on to the site. They're double backing down towards the A site, but it's from the drop now, which will make a much more silent approach a lot more difficult. They still got those guiding lights. If they can clear out this top floor, then they do have a real chance.
Left.
Yeah, but she needs to cover. Marco now spots out the drop position, and here comes the RRQ. Do they know Polly's on site? Now they do, and now they'll fall. Fullsense Sapphire prepared for anything, and they get the pistol this time.
Yeah, not expecting them to be still within the site there, and they fall prey to that problem. They had the guiding lights to clear it out anyways. I get they wanted to play contact, but then maybe you'd want the Sheriff up close, or rather at the forefront if that's the case, so you can maybe get that pick off on the tower, which, to be fair, Bess actually got the dink there on the Baby TZ, so she had the Sheriff or something of that sort that Alika did. Maybe something could have been different, but let bygones be bygones. It's Fullsense taking the pistol round now, which we actually, surprisingly, even with a stomp a while ago, have yet to see all series.
Actually, right? First pistol they've won all throughout, and Baby TZ makes quick work of Alika. A different case of an eco though here for RRQ. It's a full eco this time around. They didn't really get the spike down. They didn't get much in that last scenario. And one thing you can do on Fracture here, Black and Blue, go for orbs, get a bit of ultimate economy instead.
Well, you can farm that up, especially here in the attacking side, which is one of the reasons, maybe not the main reason, but one of the small reasons why the attacking side could be favored here in RQ. And let that go their way for the meantime. Full line here prepared to try and get within the site. Vinny's on the rotate. They have a big problem to try and flush Margot out of this, which they simply cannot.
There's no way. And Baby TZ even bringing out the classic, a bit of an honorable duel at the very end. Sapphire though stands with 2, and from what we've seen so far, this is also what Sapphire does incredibly well on the defense. Anticipate these pushes and be ready for any kind of angle to work with.
Well, in these type of moments where RRQ have got an opportunity here to reset themselves, come back into this map, they have to turn this over. Going to the lower bracket, sure, it's about they can fight their way out of, but for one of the most, I guess, storied teams that we have here, in terms of the entire circuit from the beginning of APAC, it's not going to be a good sign for them. Attacking side now for RRQ, it's Baby Teasy who still comes out for the opening pick on Alika.
Yeah, you know they're looking for those highs, and as we do get Napsky finding Baby Teasy, who over-aggresses towards main. Best surprise by Margot crossing through the smoke. Timing perfect here from Sapphire, as RRQ does take tower to go for the spike plant. It's 4v3 for the time being.
Here.
Little aftershock too. They now understand it's gonna be a safe plant instead here for Kaguya. Margot alongside Muffin look to set things up. Feint shells plus the Prowler. Here comes Polly with the takedown, and the blast back's enough to bring Muffin to the front line. Ayumi though on the board, and she can't get more than one. It's Sapphire now who gets the end one here, my friend. A bonus one by the defense.
Yeah, great shots here coming from them. Fullsense Sapphire, even on an eco like this, just from the get-go, turning things their way, favoring them with that opening pick from Baby TZ with that sheriff shot. And the rest of RRQ, they're just put into such an uncomfortable position where they know against the bonus like this, they can't push out, but when they try and hunker down on in, Fullsense just still bulldozer and overrun them.
Yeah, and look, for the past few days, for the past 2 days especially, what have we seen from Sapphire? The sharpest they've ever been on the shots, and the sharpest they've ever been on the calls. They're always so prepared for whatever pace any of their opponents bring against them. And it's really the responsibility here of Kaguya to figure out how to find these openings, and they're gonna try to do that with a split approach now.
Well, right now, RRQ still have some sort of buy. They do got those bulldogs. Obviously, the orbital strike as well would be big. You can see them being able to farm up those orbs early on, which is very helpful in these cases where you can't really get yourself going, can't really get around on in. A main hold here from Fullsense. They do have the fault line prepped, and that's going to keep him at bay even while the stun comes in on Muffin.
Yeah, but they can't push Muffin whatsoever. They utilize so much to try and get the catch. And one thing, Fullsense has been strong also, alongside everything we've seen from them so far, the disengage, keeping them alive. Smokes to come on out, Jenny getting ready. Catches the cross of Icebergs, Polly's there too. And yet again, Fullsense marked their target and mark where they need to shoot. Muffin still standing on site. It's 3v2 now as RRQ look for
30
opportunity.
seconds left.
Here we go yet again. That smoke might dissipate soon. Namsky picks up the spike, decides to wrap around, maybe go through CT instead.
Oh,
TC
his
Margot.
timing.
They're not ready for this whatsoever. They're both looking out for the front line. Maybe
Player
TC now,
standing.
6
Oh, no.
cents! And how does she
Spike down.
realize
Defender
that
spawn.
Namsky's coming? Oh, left to Alika now. 10 seconds
seconds
left.
left.
And time of the essence.
8.
Alika fights back. But there is just no chance yet again. Sapphire keeping this lead going.
Small
Make their
crucial
field
mistakes there for RRQ. They had a flash to pop out of this smoke anyways, but they still just push idly by. Iceberg's the first one to push as well. I guess they were pressured that they thought they would be swung from that tower, but they had the flash. They had the guiding light anyways, and then when Napsky's here on the flank, she needed to call to Alika. Alika, they know where you are. Make sound, make noise. Pull that aggro towards yourself just to maybe buy a few more extra seconds where they're going to keep their attention focused on you. But just that once more lack of cohesion, it causes huge problems for RRQ.
And not just that, the communication, right? Well, RRQ a bit more passive. Fullsense so active. Check out the tower, check out this angle, and check out Muffin swing. Ayumi with the trade, but Polly's there yet again. The
Spike
second
down
gunner
A.
ready for business. 2 down to the hand of Polly. She's gonna go for the smoke even to make it even more difficult for RRQ to pick up that spike.
Incredibly, as of the moment, it's going to be so difficult for them to get that back in return. So if you're RRQ, you almost kind of want to just maybe try and take a completely different path. I think they should continue that flank they had there towards B main
Last
and
player
approach it
standing.
from a different avenue because there's no way they're going to be able to come in through the main door.
Yeah, Sapphire sets in their ways and they're stopping RRQ again and
Got the
again.
spike.
Alaka picks up the spike. There are too many members on the other side. Haunt already with confirmation. Broken sure, but Alaka needed to make noise. Turret might be next. Margot spotted. But truth be told, this is Sapphire's win and we're just waiting for confirmation. This defense looking
30
so
seconds
strong.
left.
A stellar shot from Alaka. You always have to respect what RRQ can do. But respect this, the lead yet again built by Sapphire.
5 rounds in a row. We thought this would be more of the quick response that we were expecting from RRQ in terms of getting themselves back into the series. Kind of like what we saw during the Swiss stage where they were able to bring it into overtime, but RRQ just looking completely lost right now on this attacking side, which has been something that we have kind of observed during Lotus as well. It was on the defense when they're able to set themselves, not have to necessarily be the aggressor in these fights. That's when they look more comfortable, because right now on the attacking side, you can tell that they just are lacking that cohesion and also sophistication in how they approach their objective.
Yeah, and you look at the stats right now. You look at who's on top of the scoreboard. Paulie has always been that second gunner, especially from what we've seen for the past 5 rounds. Ready to trade Muffin at the moment's notice.
Right here.
Ready to trade for Ginny, if ever that's the case.
Right here.
And she just steps
Right
up
here.
when she's needed the most.
Need help.
That's really the story so far for Sapphire. Such a team that is playing to their most optimized state. A squad that is looking prime and ever to gun for a open crown. And from the way that they're playing, we see it yet again. Such a vast difference of their standards compared to the rest of the field that they're facing off so far.
Paulie is definitely having himself a great game. Ginny right now near the bottom of that board, but it's only early in the half, and funnily enough, when it did come into overtime, it was Ginny who ended up being near the top
Turrets destroyed.
of that ACS in totality.
Here,
But
I've
maybe
got
that was
your
a sign of
shotgun.
things not going their way, right? The fact that you had your greed popping off in that case. In this moment, though, A-side hit coming from RRQ. They have an actual buy this time around. Orbital strike to come out here in the post. And you can see Ayumi trying to get aggressive.
You realize spots out baby TZ, and now that's what RRQ has been looking for. The pick, the spike plant, and they finally put themselves in a setup for success. A flank though coming in from Muffin, the lurk now moving towards Halls. In full sense, making noise from tower, trying to pull that attention, but Ayumi checks it, and Ayumi gets that takedown. Exactly what RRQ has been looking for. Marco stunned on up.
standing.
Difficult here for Sapphire to get even close. And my oh my, how the tables have turned. This is the standard Kaguya's been looking for, and at least they set themselves up for that first round win.
Yeah, finally RRQ Kaguya respond here with a round, and one that was certainly quite impressive. The fact that they were able to really set themselves in this fight. Ayumi making sure that she's the aggressor in those cases. Finds great timing there to take out Baby Teasy, and then the follow-up on the Muffin who was on the flank. And if you're Ayumi right now, you need to start getting those, opening picks, because that's how RRQ love to pivot. They like to really be able to use the benefit of her gaining momentum early to continue and close out the round.
I mean, you know that RRQ Kaguya have rich stories behind them. These players have dominated the game changer scene before. And that level of play needs to be made yet again if they want to compete versus Sapphire. They do go for drop. But Baby TZ stalling tactics with the utility yet again. It's a 4-stack though. Looking to move towards A. Full sense this time. The retake being set early on.
Plant on down here. Quick one from RRQ, which is looking already better. They have the From the Shadows. Rather, they have the Nightfall and that Showstopper. But there's a lot more to counteract with here for RRQ. So the utility shuffle of these ultimates is going to be crucial.
Yeah, lockdown's there, and RRQ now looking
Good
to go for
timing.
the whole perfect flash into the takedown. This is what we're looking for again from RRQ. The utility setups into the knockdowns. 2 down already, and Sapphire will call for an early save. You talked about it a while ago, Blackenblue. The dry peaks didn't work for RRQ whatsoever. This time, assistance is key, and it's a key to victory yet again.
And they only had to burn the lockdown for that, so very nicely done here coming from RRQ.
Recalling my
They
box.
knew because of the time already burnt because Fullsense were not able to be at the ready for the retake immediately when the spike was being attempted to be planted. That allowed RRQ to have this bit of a buffer where, okay, 15 seconds is gone off our post plant. We can place that lockdown, take out 12, and now you leave him with less than 20 to work with. And that's very, very tight timing, especially with a defuse of 7. That makes Fullsense just not even want to attempt the retake in the first place. So RRQ finally stabilizing themselves, and hopefully this could be a good sign of things to come, because the glimpse of what we've seen from the end of map number 1 into these past 2 rounds, this is the RRQ Kaguya we were all expecting.
Yeah, things are looking a lot better here for Kaguya. The fact that they can play off Best and Iceberg's flashes, that you're getting Ayumi to ramp up those kills. Remember last time, or rather looking at the stats from the Swiss stage, 45 kills from Ayumi in 7 overtimes. It has to be a record there somewhere. But RRQ Kaguya, they know that they can compete with Sapphire, especially here on Fracture. That's why they picked it. That's why they know that they have this confidence right now. And I wonder what is next here for Sapphire, since giving up that site is looking to be such a detriment to their defense.
RRQ, as of the moment, if they can force Fullsense to have to give up that control early and not expend too much utility or firepower doing it, so don't lose their player count in that attempt, then this could certainly be where they turn things around. I mean, it is the attacker's side, so the fact that Fullsense already have 5 rounds here, it's gonna look pretty dire if RRQ don't start to gain some rounds of their own.
Well, RRQ is pushing now towards main, and Paulie ready for opportunity if ever. Steam Beacon sets, a bit of speed to work with too. The flash though doesn't get the connection, but the numbers do, and Ayumi and Alaka, the double A's, are ready for service. 2 down already for Sapphire. RRQ disengages with the advantage, and now they can rotate accordingly towards underpass, towards tunnel, if ever they want to find a split approach again.
Great Punisher from RRQ to connect those shots. Fullsense kind of being a bit overzealous there, honestly, and overstaying their welcome. Trying to front the attack like that on towards B main, that's not the best idea to do, especially when you can tell the majority of the push is coming your way. It just leads RRQ to have a much more favorable fight, effectively having, what, a 4 or 5v2 in that case. Now RRQ have another chance to string another round.
Yeah, this might be the conditioning Kaguya's looking for, but Sapphire fight back. Jinny finds a Yumi. Margot coming in from tower as well. Prowler now knows that main is the angle, and a Nightfall looking to be utilized as well. Baby TZ leading the charge. Jinny with the tap, but no one peeking whatsoever. The taking instead useful here to give the advantage for the damage. And Fullsense though, they will lose that full steam ahead approach. RRQ hold down the line.
You can see here that with knowing they have the advantage, and looking at what ultimates are available for Fullsense on that retake, even in 3v5, they make absolutely certain that they play the safest and most correct way possible there, knowing that Fullsense, they have the lockdown for the retake, they had the Nightfall as well for the retake, so they don't play within sight. They plant the spike specifically for B main because they know they took out Paulie. There's no more smokes to try and smoke off the diffuser or smoke off B main, and allows now RRQ to play that long angle, play the post plant effectively, and when they have those ideas that sync up with what they're supposed to do in those cases, then this is when RRQ look so much more frightening.
Yeah, and not just that, great timing from Iceberg. She went for the Rolling Thunder to prevent if anyone was defusing, but she's the one who also got those kills as soon as possible. Here comes Kaguya yet again. The Bulldozer ready to go for the next station. Paulie ulting that work permit. Iceberg though with the trade. It's 4v4 for now. The Rolling Thunder gets a connection, and Jinny will take advantage. This forces RQ to retreat instead. They couldn't push towards side. Back to arcade they go.
3v4. Fullsense still hold on to the advantage here. You can tell RRQ forced and flushed out of their initial attempt. A site it's going to be, but the rotate here for the defense is very quick on a map like Fracture. Not a long distance to try and cross, and Muffin connects here in Alaka. 2v4, and it wouldn't be a bad idea here to maybe hunt for a pick. If it doesn't come within the next few seconds, you can go for a save.
Yeah, good fault line there, but Jinny's ready. And oh, Jinny, and oh, Muffin too. Oh no for RRQ Kaguya. They run into those sidelines. They didn't realize that the operator was already stationed. And just a small adjustment made by Sapphire. They go back to anchoring, and it works out well.
30 seconds
Wide
left.
angle, Muffin is
Last
holding there with the
player
up, but
standing.
still, luckily for her, connects. Fullsense right now, just shutting down the initial attempt of RRQ. We saw that be the biggest problem for RRQ on Lotus, where they start losing picks on their initial execute attempt in the first place, and when that happens, RRQ do have a bit of a difficulty of pivoting and recovering from those type of rounds.
Yeah, RRQ. The adjustment has been made against them, and Baby Teasy, here we go again. As soon as Sapphire wins a round, someone is willing to play aggression. So much confidence from the Sapphire roster. Alarm bot gets the tag, maybe notices what's going on, but Baby Teasy, she's punished accordingly. A good spot by Ayumi. RRQ using those overlaying numbers to great success. A dash also, but it's still sticking around towards drop. Instead, wait for the Trailblazer. Realize ball is in position. Suddenly, a wild Alaka appears, and RRQ bursts through the floodgates. This is their site to take.
Yeah, great job done
Spike
here
planted.
by RRQ. You can tell that kind of tailwind dash by Ayumi, as she already had it queued, kind of made Paulie guess, like, what? Where is this coming? And will it come right now? Just the off timing on that push as well puts Fullsense into a confused state, and oh, look, a perfect swing as well from that contact of a main. Now allows RRQ to get a 4th round, so already a much better half than anything we've seen from RRQ.
And look at the win condition for RRQ. They get the post plant, they get the job done. They're punishing Fullsense Sapphire for being too overeager, for playing a little too aggressive. And yes, Sapphire have some good trap setups that they're ready to go for a set play to begin the round and get the advantage. But RRQ, they're ready for those kind of angles, not just with the utility, but with the numbers too.
Well, all really started from the opening pick here. Baby Teasy trying to get some free damage in, trying to get maybe a free kill. Should be fortunate enough to do so, but Saluka once again swinging out on timing there. Baby Teasy following on up. She taking the brunt of that damage, and Fullsense, I don't think they're going to be dissuaded from trying to go aggressive once more. You can see them already setting up for some sort of arcade peak, but to be main that RRQ are more, yes,
Smoke's down.
intrigued by.
Yeah, they're very much so prepared for a single side of the map. And if they get confirmation that there's not going to be a push whatsoever, then they're going to try to utilize that to their advantage. Thing is, Fullsense still willing to go for more. We saw it on Lotus also. They love to get active map control just to limit the options and give themselves intel immediately if ever RRQ Kaguya is coming their way. The flash comes on in. Best ready with the Seekers as well. Searching for targets. Canteen looking to be exposed. And also towards the side, Ayumi. A stellar find onto Margot. This is a lot better from RRQ. Just cleaner takes with better utility.
Yeah, it was timed perfectly as well
Oh,
with the
the
Seekers
showstopper!
there, but Muffin, she seizes control back of that tower. Has to be wary of Napski, but takes her down with a quick shot.
Well, who needs to be wary when you are that sharp? Muffin ready yet again. To find some answers here. The aftershock gonna be into play, but the orbital strike is the true solution from Fullsense. Muffin still holding, keeping RRQ contained. The paint chill's there. Alaka has to go for the widest swing, but Jindy and Muffin do finish off the job. They contain Kaguya and they keep this lead going.
Yeah, that was all Muffin throughout that round there. Nicely done. The opening pick here. You get the trade in return. A few seconds later on Ayumi, showstopper to take it away. She knew she had an op, so it's gonna be difficult to fight up close. Nade and then falls back because she's just that darn disciplined. And Muffin, great way to get Fullsense back into a round after Ayumi started off pretty nicely.
Yeah, she's also a brilliant anchor player, truth be told. We've seen it when they're playing defense on Pearl. You saw it right now here on Tower. And Sapphire as a whole, double up is the answer. Baby TC has one, Muffin has the other. But the one that they're looking for here for RRQ has been made by Yumi. Ginny falls, and a bit of space for RRQ to work with. Smokes are out as well. Paulie now with the Molly too to slow things down. And can Sapphire find opportunity? They're checking out Dish, but no one's there. Instead, RRQ ready to go for the split approach. The Prowler gets the connection though. Margo now knows they're coming. The Guiding Light, Paul, he can't see anything. And RRQ, they have the kills they need on the board. Muffin gets one sure. Baby TZ towards the corner, stunned up. It's a mindset, and Baby TZ, these kills are just absolutely incredible. She does it yet again. And my oh my, an MVP truly here for Fullsense.
Oh, baby! TZ! Way too easy for her! They didn't even check her! Right around the corner. Gets the one. The second follow-up is really what made it here. And then the third on Aluka. The swing expecting a Yumi. And there's nothing they could have done to stop her from raining terror all around. Man, oh man. What a recovery here from Fullsense Sapphire. They are looking sublime. But our panel are looking even more spectacular.
Was that my mic? Am I back? I was I was so shook from that. It was almost a 7-5 bit ending 8-4. Coldan, how do we feel about the last round? I just gotta talk about it.
I guess it's just never forget who you're playing up against, right? It's Baby TZ. You miss one small corner, you miss her in that little smoke, and she'll make you pay for it. You know, they attacked her side multiple times, right? The 2 rounds that they actually started off with, right? They got those rounds because Baby TZ was a solo anchor towards the A side. Unfortunately, you know, Fullsense Sapphire weren't that successful on the retake when Baby TZ went down. But if you don't kill her, this is what happens.
Yeah, I mean 8-4. I keep thinking it was still 7-5 because it very nearly was, but for this performance, like I feel like RRQ are showing a bit more than they did in map number 1. How do we feel about their chances for taking map 2?
Yeah, we see RRQ actually punishing Fullsense Sapphire for a couple of those overeager peaks, right? We saw them towards B main. I remember one of the rounds where they just stood and foot Fullsense Sapphire. They didn't really have a backup plan or where to fall back into, and RRQ actually steamrolled them, right? They committed with all of their players together, good flashes, good util to push and punish Fullsense Sapphire. And they need to continue that kind of philosophy into the next round or the next half if they're actually going to stand a chance, right? It's still a pretty, you know, not the most ideal score, like 8-4, but it's still, you know, better than what was on the first map. So we'll have to see.
Yep, I mean, home court advantage on Fracture for RRQ. If it's gonna be any map that they can take FS Sapphire down on, it's gotta be this one. Guys, over to you.
You still gotta shake off what happened there in that last round. You know, Baby TZ has been the MVP for the playoffs run so far every single map, and that's a big reason why, right? That's a big reason that you need to find their ASAP. But all in all, a better half there from RRQ Kaguya compared to the first map. We're seeing a bit more coordination. We're seeing them actually find those stellar openings thanks to the likes of Yumi, but it's still not enough. Sapphire in the lead. It's an 8-4 standing here, Blackenblue. They still need to recover right now.
I mean, how can you recover, right, when somebody like that on the opposing side just pops off? You see Baby TZ just absolutely have a field day with that type of round. Certainly a highlight you're going to be seeing all over the boards for quite a bit. But if you're RRQ right now, the same way that we've seen them be able to fire themselves up near the end of map number 1, that's what they have to start with here for the second half.
Yeah, Guiding Lights there, and here we go again. RRQ relatively successful in these pistol rounds, only losing 1 so far in the series. And that was on the first round of this map. They do get the orb though to begin with. Sapphire actually just standing still, playing some defaults, waiting at least for any kind of opportunity to punish Kaguya if they push.
Guiding Light certainly confirms that there is presence there towards A main. That's going to keep the defense. So trying to be wary of a sudden push anytime, any moment. They're taking the ropes, slowly but surely, on the opposing side. Don't look down. Might be too terrifying. They might look to aggress towards Arcade instead.
Did you say it's too terrifying to look down?
Yeah, if you have a fear of heights.
Maybe fear of heights?
Rather falling.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh. What are you more afraid of? The heights themselves or falling instead?
Those are two separate phobias. You know?
Yeah, I know, but, well, Maybe we have a phobia of rushing into the site. Sapphire, though,
30
needs
seconds
to
left.
at least conquer those fears and get their way towards B. Now Swarm, though, peppering them up. Jenny in a bad spot. Alaka with the kill, but here comes Polly! And Polly finds two! Muffin also with a duplicate of her own. 2 kills for 2 kills. Snapsky burns down Margot, but beyond that, it's a 3v1. It's all left to Yubi now. She's been strong at the opening kills, but can she wrap things up against lesser HP targets? It's 1v3 though, and they're playing away. Sapphire right now over onto Arcade, 1 in tower. The strong suit of Muffin. And it seems like Ayumi will face off against Muffin first. Dashes prime. Muffin gets the intel. Dashing towards the site, the spike. She gets halfway though, at the very least. Can she stick it? No! Polly will be there to provide pressure. And the pistol will be won by Sapphire yet again.
Can't even connect the shot there. With Margot just buying so much aggro, so much attention towards that generator. They tried to take her down, rather Jenny here as well. And as they were trying to deal with the front line, Paulie just chimes on in. Muffin from all the way on tower connecting her shots as well. And RRQ just... It's so devastating to lose a pistol round now twice in a row after it being one of the only positive points you were able to find during map number 1.
Yes, Sapphire here. They have, again, the same kind of setup, but they have better guns this time around. And they're looking to see if RRQ will actually be a bit more proactive here on the second half. Might be something they've realized when they face off against each other at this stage. But Ayumi will be the one to fall first. Here comes Muffin, and goes she goes. Best will get that kill. The rest of Sapphire don't follow suit. Marco gets 2, and seems like Jinny will also get a double kill as well. So 2 kills for 2 kills, right? We're seeing that from Sapphire so far.
Hey, not bad, for sure. I mean, that's a trade-off you'll take any day. Especially when you're in an eco situation like this. RRQ doing some damage. Would certainly benefit them in the long run, but it's about how they recover and retaliate. Here coming in around 15, down 10-4. Similar case to what we saw a while ago, but this time maybe a bit more of a fighting chance if RRQ can take this round.
Yeah, but it's such a must-win scenario now for Kaguya. They lose this. Sapphire goes to 11. They go back onto the eco state. And baby TZ, will she get overrun? Expecting the forces of RRQ to come her way. Gets one for her troubles, but that's all she gets. Space domains. Because of that pinch, Sapphire can now move their way towards the site.
Here they come. Sapphire completely W-keying their way in. Margu good for the one. Alaka taken down up close. Gives them now the Vandal to fight with.
Yeah, tower control taken. Iceberg here at least looking for an angle. But Sapphire have gotten the job done. Moved it towards post plant. And here we go yet again. Pressure from 2 sides. The flash is there. Don't allow Iceberg to rush on in. Marco with a prowler. It's perfect. Here goes Marco. Muffin's there too. The M&Ms just get the crunch on. And Napski's the last one standing. 1v4. Well, it's gonna be difficult. And Marco will make it true. Sapphire now steals that one away. They won the bonus and they're in prime position to move on.
That was a perfect stun here from Ginny. Look at this fight. Obviously Margot, she wins this, but their fault line connecting right on time with a Prowler as well to follow on up. And that is where you can see that Fullsense are just so much more coordinated. And the communication there is absolutely on point. They call the fact that, hey, they're coming in through the tower. They're about to come in from the front of the site. And that just signals to Ginny, let me prepare my fault line for you guys to fight that choke.
Yeah, and just Sapphire prepared for any kind of opportunity. And not only that, they take those opportunities made by the likes of Baby TZ. She's been such a big threat. RRQ knows they need to focus our forces on her. But Sapphire, it's a squad, it's a unit that can move away. And this time around, it's a mirror of what's been the setup here, Blackenblue. But now, Sapphire take the north, and it's Baby TZ all the way towards the south.
He's slowly crawling her way on the rope, slowly but surely. As RRQ have taken lots of space towards A main, it's the B site that Fullsense seem to be more intrigued by. Never mind, double backing from the arcade, want to play no games. It's drop. And oh, that flash was perfect now on the guiding light. Now that they have no information on that drop position, the timing here could just be perfect for Fullsense if they get this opening pick too.
Yeah, Kaguya might be caught unaware. Best is trying to watch out for that angle. Sees the utility being set on up. Muffin flies high and makes her way towards the site. Best can't contest. She's playing towards Sand. The Orbital Strike's there though. And for now, at the
30
very
seconds
least,
left.
it's still Sapphire who gets the plant going. Pulse control though looking deadly. Kaguya, they have a chance to go for the pinch if ever. Natsuki now making her way towards the side. Best Ayumi on the board. This is what RRQ's been lying for. They have some firepower to contend, but Baby TZ still a threat. Baby TZ with the second! It's just too easy for Baby TZ! What a way to win again! Sapphire now on match points.
Crucial moments there with RRQ. And here's a problem too that I noticed from Bess, where she flashed there towards that drop, right? That means she has got one, and the other one's on cooldown. And then she uses the second just to drop down into that Sans position, and it could have been used to clear, could have been used later on, but now it left her with just no utility to actually help the fight with. They had to rely on the single solo flash of Iceberg, which hasn't been the most effective so far, and Fullsense just had so much more to throw at, and also just incredible stuff, just winning the fights anyways, even when they're dry.
And now RRQ, do they contest this time around? Sapphire's waiting, they're getting ready, but the timing is better from Ayumi. The one instance that Jinny lets go, it's Ayumi who's able to pull the trigger. And this is what RRQ Kaguya has been looking for. Success in the bar fight. And this will be them slaying RRQ, or rather Sapphire where they stand. A quick invasion towards the north, and it's RRQ again who survive.
At least the Guardians work out this time around. Great value out of that. They get the Vandals in return, and Ayumi, seemingly unassisted there, still wins those double peaks. Still wins those fights. They have to get themselves going one way or another, and that's one way to do it for sure.
I mean, catch them out, right? Make sure that they can't utilize that space. And it's such an interesting guessing game. Do they find a single target? Do they find the bulk with the spike? In that case, RRQ went for the 50-50 and got the right call along the way. Double up draft though, it's a call. Ayumi now getting a bit of verticality. But that's intel right now. So
working
we'll
your
see the
hops.
you know, at least some elevation over there.
Yeah. It's some verticality.
Yee.
You
You can type that down. Why don't you want to spell verticality?
VRTIKLATY. Why?
Why did you actually spell it? But contacts here, and Muffin Iceberg with quick trades. It's Sapphire though who comes up ahead. They were prepared for it. They were ready, and this B site is theirs for the taking.
Makes you wonder why RRQ, why take the risk here? Especially unguided there. Rolling Thunder. They want to end this right here, right now.
And here we have it, Baby TZ leading the charge. And one more time, one more show. It's Sapphire's victory here again. History repeats itself. And a 2-0 for Fullsense Sapphire to move on even further in the upper brackets.
Not just a 2-0, Daks, a 4-0 in the recent history since Open 2. This RRQ squad still falters once more to Fullsense. It's gonna be a heartbreaker for loss for them. They thought they'd come into this open stage finally finding the proper solution, the concoction to this poison, but it doesn't come. Not here, not just yet. The lower bracket is what awaits RRQ for the meantime.
Look. Hello. Ring. Is this RRQ Kaguya? Because Sapphire has had their number ever since the end of last year. And it just continues. It just keeps on going because Sapphire keeps on getting better and better. Flashes there that RRQ can consent. We'd see it from Ayumi especially, that she wanted to be aggressive. She wanted to actually bring even a stronger front line to contest against Sapphire. And they would do that, especially during the first half. Catch up players like Baby TZ, catch up players like Muffin, especially when they could. But more often than not, just the calls there from Sapphire. The trades, the teamwork, just so incredible from what we've seen. So Sapphire in the first one, moving on to the upper bracket finals. We'll see who they'll meet, if ever it's going to be SMG, if it's ever going to be Sight. But we're going to be going towards our panel to at least catch up with what happened in that first series.
Thanks, guys. Fullsense completing that 2-0 to get into the upper final tomorrow yet again. Tale as old as time. I think this is kind of what the team has come to expect. I think the team, as well as all of us here at the desk, the casters, just everyone watching, this is the performance that we're all starting to expect from Fullsense. And I think coming into the Open 3 upper final for tomorrow, right? This is exactly what we want to see. We want to see a team that can challenge SMG. We want to see another 5-game series. But I mean, we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. Let's break down this series number 1. How do we feel about Fullsense Sapphire's performance? What can we nitpick on, Coldan?
What can we nitpick on? I mean, the second half was almost entirely flawless. I mean, Fullsense Sapphire just was in the driver's seat the whole way through. Every single engagement that they took, right, it was all in their back pocket. And if you can bring up the scoreboard, right, I think it's gonna really illustrate that point perfectly. Just how Fullsense Sapphire really didn't have any issues whatsoever. Baby TZ, we've mentioned her name countless times, and we will still mention her again. Yeah, at the top of the scoreboard.
Hold up, yo. This, I mean, I want to say it's not right, but this is so right. I love this, man. I'm loving this MVP arc for this girl. 4 in a row, wow.
It's actually ridiculous, right? The consistency that she has at top fragging as a sentinel across both of their matches already.
Honorary
in the
duelist
playoffs.
right here.
Yeah. First kills though, 9-9, which is, honestly not bad for RRQ. It's just that they aren't able to convert those rounds into actual wins, right? Those post plans and retakes was just slightly off, right? 1 or 2 missed utilities, and Fullsense made them pay for it dearly.
Yeah, 5-5, 4-5 is pretty impressive. I think the 9-9 for first kills. I think the Jet got 6 out of the 9 first kills as well, which is kind of exactly what you want your duelist to be dueling. But we will take a look once again at the MVP. It's been 4 games straight. I love this picture, man. I don't know. She's doing like the little finger hearts. She's got like those 4 fingers for those 4 MVPs that she's bagged in just 2 days of competition. I don't know how she's gone 4-4-4 at this point, especially when you look at how stacked her team is. Like, her team around her looks like that, and she's coming out with those 4 MVPs.
It's not that she's solo carrying Fullsense Sapphire at all, right? It's just that she's at the top, and everyone else is equally, if not, just all the, the sum of their parts is just greater. It's insane to see them have such consistency, as well as, to see that kind of performance, that kind of level coming in from Baby TZ.
Yep, on the top right where she belongs. But guys, we got a special treat for y'all for the end of this first series. We have an interview with one of the members from Fullsense, and it's going to be none other than Ginny. Ginny, can you hear us?
Yes, can.
Oh my god, hi, it's so nice to
Hello.
see you. Congratulations on the victory. I mean, personally, I just feel like we see you a lot because, your team's one of the most winningest teams out there, and you may end up always doing the winner interview. But congrats on the 2-0 versus Kaguya today. I wanted to ask firstly, did you expect to go 2-0 versus Kaguya?
We
saw we saw some of like the trash talk that you had in the lobby before map 1 when you're like, oh, like this game is gonna be boring when y'all were trash talking each other.
No, it's not a trash talk. I just feel like we play against them so many times, like since Open 1. So I feel like, oh, RQ again. Yeah, but every time that we play with them, we never like how to say, we never expect to 0, but we just they are a good team, so we just keep focus on our play, going map by map. Yeah.
So I know that Fullsense as well as RRQ Kaguya, you're some of the closest teams off of the server when you're not competing with each other. I know both teams went to watch Ascension in Thailand and sat together and everything. Can you tell us more about like maybe that relationship and like the close friendship that you girls have?
We are very close to each other. Like, they are really good friends, and when they come Thailand, we just bring them to go the night market or somewhere else, or even they come to our boot camp and we eat together, something like that.
That is so fun. Coldan, you got a question for him?
Yeah, Ginny, I was just really curious, right? Whenever we see the player cams of Fullsense Sapphire, you guys just have the calmest faces ever. Every time you guys win, it's just, oh, it's another day in the office, you know? But what is going through your minds when y'all actually win? Is it just like another day in the office, or are you guys like super happy that you're on such a great win streak?
I think maybe because sometimes let's say if we leading so many rounds, right, and sometimes we happy too fast and we lose at the last. Yeah, so I just feel like, okay, just focus every round. Yeah, make sure we win first. Then after that, we just like happy. Yeah, like that. I just don't want to happy too fast.
Yeah, that's the strict
wow.
IGLing coming out, I think, from Ginny. Our last question that I wanted to ask is, SMG are playing Cypher right now over on the other stream. If SMG win, you'll be playing them tomorrow in yet another upper bracket final. How do you think that will go?
It's just gonna be hard game again, but I think, I don't know, I just want to play my game. Like, let's play what we can do, what we practice, just do it. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the interview, and congrats once again on the 2-0 today and the 2-0 yesterday. Best of luck tomorrow. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
The finger
The
hearts.
classic, yeah, the classic baby TZ, you know?
Yeah. They've got to make it like a team thing now. They've got to, like, you know, like when you do the esports poses, like the photographers are always like, they got to give like each player a different pose. So they have to, like, one of them has to do like the sideways thing, and then another one's got to do like the hands or like the weird thing. Yeah. Yeah, like,
Okay.
Don't judge me. Judge the game. Why are you
Never seen
judging
that
me?
kind of hand
Hey!
pose. Never seen that before. But okay.
It's the crouching
teach
down
me.
with the, like, yeah, that one.
Ah,
Yeah. Learn to esports, man. Coldan, jeez.
Yeah.
I'm
Gotta
sorry,
get
but
with the times.
yeah. Come on, these boomer reactions, that ain't it. But guys, it was great to hear from Ginny. I mean, it was just an absolute treat, as always, to watch the Fullsense girls once again 2-0 in another series. So we'll be seeing them in tomorrow's upper bracket final. But guys, we do have one more best of 3 series coming up later on. It's going to be GE Phoenix versus Deviant Topaz. You definitely want to catch this one. We'll see y'all in just a bit.
One enemy remaining.
Off your feet! Prepare for
Last player standing.
Off your feet!
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Bring them down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Show me what you got. Back down, back up, back down, back up. 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 Back down, back up, back down, ba Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bang. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang,
Welcome back to the VCT Game Changers APAC Series Open number 3. We're about ready to hop into Series number 2 of Day 2 between GE Phoenix as well as new kids on the block, Deviant, Topaz, and whew, we don't know that much, I think, coming into today for Deviant Topaz, right? Because, well, we've seen them like kind of behind the scenes and stuff, but this is their first time making it into playoffs. I think they did end Open 2 in the Swiss stages, so didn't quite make it to the broadcast level. But we are going to take a look first at the GE Phoenix lineup. It is going to be VALORANT, Meow 16K, Muffin, Loop, as well as Rose on your screens. This team did get that unfortunate 0-2 yesterday by Scythe and WJ, which is why they dropped down into the lower bracket for right now. Of course, does mean that whichever team loses this best of 3 series, they will be eliminated from Open 3 playoffs. So they did end qualifiers 4 and 2, managed to just barely squeak into the playoffs stage, grabbing that 8th spot. So yeah, I think this team, you know, they have a lot to prove, I think, coming into this Open number 3. It hasn't been ideal so far.
Yeah, and speaking about something that isn't exactly ideal, we have a bunch of, mixed match players here on Deviant Topaz, but they're here to pack a punch. We have Pura, Toffee, Waffy, Tub, Yuchan, as well as Yuna here to potentially, put an upset in the playoffs. This team never in the playoffs before the first 2 opens, in Open 1, they were actually known under a different banner, Phoenix Claire, if not mistaken. Rebranded and kind of went over to Deviant Topaz in Open 2. Unfortunately, they only managed to get 4 and 2 in Open 2, so didn't make the playoffs. But now hitting a 5-1 scoreline, they pushed themselves into this, Open 3 playoffs and now have a chance to really upset the bracket. And up against GE Phoenix, I think they do have a decent chance, actually. Like, this team, it's a bit of a mix and match. We have a couple of players from Singapore, you have an Indonesia and Malaysia as well. So I'm curious to see how this team fares up against that of GE Phoenix. But we have the maps ready, and we'll see how.
Yeah, I love how your local accent came out when you're like a few players from Singapore. I was like, oh my god, we got a biased desk here, guys. We're literally both from Singapore. And I don't know, man, if you've been following Game Changers APAC, what a big fan of SMG, for example, I am, because, you can't spell SMG without SG, But yeah, we want to cheer for Deviant Topaz. I think a lot of Singapore, Malaysian players on this team also, because as Coldan mentioned, they ended 4 and 2 in the last qualifiers. So they were ended 9th to 23rd in Open number 2. So they have been participating here and there. A couple of players were on some other teams, such as the Hero KDA, stuff like that. So they've definitely been trying their hardest for the last 2 or so years. And I think story going into this second series, right, is going to be for GE Phoenix as well as Deviant Topaz, which of these teams can try and find their first win. I think, they've had a bit of disappointing performances, I think, from both sides, so definitely have a lot to prove. I think that Deviant Topaz, it's their first time making it to GC Open and in the playoffs, and their first match in playoffs this entire year was versus SMG yesterday. So it's like you finally make it into Open 3, into playoffs, and it's like your present or your prize for doing that is Merry Christmas from SMG. That fast 0-2 yesterday. But hopefully they have a better showing versus GE Phoenix. But of course, GE Phoenix are hoping to do better today.
Yeah, Pearl, Haven, Ascend, the maps that we're going to be having here today. And I think it's actually a pretty interesting map veto, right? Because if you look at GE Phoenix's, history on Pearl, in this year alone, they have a 30% win rate on Pearl, over 10 maps played. So it is arguably, well, not arguably, it is definitely their weakest map. I'm just looking at the stats right now, and it is their weakest map. So this is definitely a counter pick coming in from Deviant Topaz. They really, really want to make a statement, and Pearl is the battleground that chose to, go towards. And Global Esports picking that Haven, that one, we've seen it before. That is one of their comfort picks. They had a really nice showing yesterday on the map of Haven, and the last map, if required, will be Ascent, which is a map that GE Phoenix actually, were a little bit shaky on yesterday. They opted to start an attack, which was a little bit questionable for me. Yeah, interesting pick. Regardless, I think Deviant Topaz has definitely had a pretty nice map veto. I think it's pretty even right here. I think both of these teams can win out their map picks, and then it might just push it over to a third. But before we even discuss about that, right, it's got to be the map of Pearl. A map that's notoriously known for that B-long executes. I think that is part of the map that a lot of teams like to abuse. And despite the changes that has been made on towards that B site, I still think a lot of teams like to abuse that portion of the map, and I think we're going to see a lot of that here today.
Yeah, I think one of the questions, just because, we haven't really seen as much about them, so I'm not as familiar, is that, do they have a consistent opper maybe for B-Long? I think that's really one of the things that we've seen for come into play a lot in the last few days. It doesn't even have to be an op, it could just be twirly on the Marshall, but like just some type of player that can fit in that role. I think it's going to be crucial for Pearl, but we will see, just one of the bigger maps, one of the more rotation-focused maps as well, and generally, it just opens up a lot more freedom, a lot more creativity, and it kind of will really test, I think, the mettle of both teams in terms of how well have they prepared and how well do you work together as five. Like when something goes wrong, if your first entry doesn't work out, can they rotate as a team? Do they have a backup plan? I think that's something that we're just really going to be able to tell in the first few rounds. But we do have Agent Select ready, and I'm interested to see what these teams have got cooking up for Pearl. I think so far in playouts we've been seeing fairly standard agent compositions from most of the teams that did make it to playoffs this time around, but Fade on both sides, Fade Astra, Jet Killjoy on both sides. So it is just going to be the Sky for Deviant Topaz and then the KO for GE Phoenix. What do we think about this?
I think that this is it's a nice change up from the double controllers that we've been seeing, right? When my screens are completely covered with blue or green.
Boring.
Very nice having water and toxic screens all over the place. I think teams really want to take more duels with this composition, right? You really want to have those double initiators to set up your jets, set up your duelists, go in for those aggressive fights. And I think both of these teams actually lean into that playstyle. They're very brawly, they love getting within that chaos. We know G Phoenix, Meow 16K, as well as Muffin Loop. Those two players, key players for Global Esports. I think the needle movers, the ones that actually are going to influence the win here for Global Esports. On the other side, Deviant Topaz, they have a substitute player, actually Yu-chan, going to be substituting Balding Kneecaps here today. So they are playing the sub, so the composition might, change up a little bit. Tub on that coveted Jet, she always plays that main duelist for Deviant Topaz, and they're going to want to set her up, right? They have to really play together as a team, Deviant Topaz, if they want to take down a team such as GE Phoenix. And definitely are the underdogs here, the newcomers on the block, as you mentioned earlier on. And I'm excited to see how this map pans out. It is a weak map for GE as well, so who knows what could happen.
Yeah, I mean, not even just new kids on the block, right? Yu-chan is only 16 this year, and already... Right, and already playing at this level, it's absolutely insane. But we're going to see which of these two teams is about to step up. Daks and Blackenblue, over to you guys.
It's not even just about stepping up there, Jenny. It's also about making sure that your fate will be in your own hands. This is going to be an interesting one. The lower bracket is here, ladies and gentlemen, and it's Global Esports Phoenix versus Deviant Topaz. Daks and Blackenblue still here together, and from what we've seen on the map pool so far, it's kind of interesting how DVT did take the map pool. Blackenblue, they went for the Band Fracture because it's GE's best map. They go for Pearl because it's something that GE struggles in, but later down the line, I think you agree with me that for GE Phoenix, they're going to have a better outlook for the second and third map if ever we get there.
I disagree that I will agree with you. In fact, I wholeheartedly agree with you, Daks. So I'm going to double down on that.
Thank you.
And I think so as well. And you can see here that GE, there has to be some sort of uncomfortability with this, knowing at how they performed against RRQ. Just looking at their comp, they only really change up the Jet from
Jet.
the Rays, but it's who's playing what. This time around, you have Muffin Loop as that duelist when she was on that Fade in the past. You have Kiri now on the Fade when she was on the Astra. Changing up who is playing what might just be what Global need here to get themselves further in the bracket.
Yeah, and it's because of the duelist setup, as far as I remember. Meow is more so their Raze player. If they're not running the Raze, then you want Muffin on the Jet instead. So adjustments made, and for GE Phoenix, this is a big matchup for them. Not just because they don't want to be eliminated, but if they remove Deviant Topaz from this bracket, that's one more contender away from their elite slot. If we see GE Phoenix keep moving on, keep eliminating teams in the lower bracket, then they themselves make sure that they're going to elite through their circuit points alone. And speaking of Deviant Topaz, they now move towards this B site. There's for the taking, as GE will go for the retake later on.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if they win this series and if Orangutan win theirs, then they should be good for their points right into Elite, possibly.
They're in.
Yu-Chan, they take out Meow 16, which is a big hit. No more smokes now for that retake.
Yeah, the only contenders now to both GE and Sight are Deviant Topaz as well as Anomaly No Charms that are still here in the lower bracket playing on the other stream. But Sub waiting towards the corner. They go for the haunt. Muffin Loop though bonks her head onto the ceiling. And from that point on, Deviant Topaz get the takedowns that they need. They're prepared from any angle. GE Phoenix, you can see the uncomfortability already. A pistol one here by the offense.
Team Ace as well, so pass the salt around, turn it into soup. Everybody gets a bit of their own. It's a porridge that they are all able to sip from. And
Is
the
that
way
how
that
you
they're
make porridge? With salt and soup?
no, you knock on the 3 kind bears and maybe they'll cook you up something in the middle of the forest.
It's
and you
too
get some
little,
porridge.
sometimes it's too big. Maybe this is just right. But you had a point and I interrupted. What did you say?
I
You
don't
forgot.
know.
I love doing this to you, honestly. You say
I forget
something,
the point.
and
I
there
guess
you
it wasn't
go.
important. Such are my points.
No, don't let anyone say that to you. You're special. You're exquisite, as they would say.
No. You're breathtaking.
You're radiant.
Wow. I like your eyelashes.
Of course. brother.
Deviant, moving on forward. I mean, their names are the Deviants. Looking to diverge from this.
I mean, they have looked. They already faced off against the best of the best last time around. They were on the streams, right? On the playoffs. They faced off against SMG. SMG, a completely different beast. And now that they've faced off against the best, let's see what kind of standard that they set here on Pearl. A take already, and Global Esports still hanging back, waiting for a take yet ever. But Muffin Loop falls first, Yu-Chan and Sub already advancing. And for Deviant Topaz, if they're a lot more willing to play aggressive, they're gonna find more opportunities, especially. Here comes Yuna, and down goes Kiri. Toppy Walkie on the board as well. Another perhaps Team Ace? No. It's Toppy Walkie who gets 2, but it's clean here for Deviant Topaz. And it's showing that they understand this can be a map pick they can take away from GE.
Maybe not a Team Ace, but hey, a Flawless is just as good. Some would argue even better. And the way that DV have been able to establish themselves early here, as I think it would be safe to say, even if they're both in the same situation, at least in this specific open, that they are the underdogs in this series. And they have a lot more to prove. This is one of the first few times I've actually seen them get to this type of stage, and to try and impress would certainly be one way of capturing our minds and our thoughts about how these girls can perform.
Yeah, well, GE, they get the gravity well, and they went for the swing, but Rose still falls. Meow, though, at least the trade's there. And GE now putting a lot more pressure compared to the past 2 rounds. They've been trying to play a few defaults, wait out for any kind of siege, courtesy of Deviant Topaz. And now, as we move over to that B site, Yu-Chan, Puda, a chance here to actually push. Meowdo putting herself in a more committed position. Checks out hallways, the jump peek there. And as soon as she gets that intel right, Meow actually backing on away. Is GE's defense really just rotated around the retake, if ever?
Well, they got the opening pick that they needed. That drops Rose. They couldn't obviously retrieve the rifle just yet, but the lurk here, Muffin Loop alerts now the positioning to Toffee, and she simply waffies over.
What is that supposed to mean? How do
Deal with
you
it.
walk me over? Is it like a penguin trying to waddle? But great name and great aim. Truth be told, Deviant Topaz have been winning these duels pretty much in quite commanding fashion. Kiri now here with the Prowler. Doesn't spot out anything. Instead, she's the one exposed here towards Link. GE now pushing. The guy in light though gets the flash going. Here comes Vela though, 2 for her, but Huda over to the corner. And it's Kiri who fights back. Kiri now versus Toffee Waffy. A 1v1 and 12 HP because of the Nano Swarm. It burns, it stings. It'll be even more painful because she doesn't even need to peek. The turret though broken. Toffee Waffy still by pillar. Looking for the shot. Kiri now looks for the stick. Misses wildly. Another chance. And this time the other angle will work. The bonus one by Deviant Topaz.
The way to do it as well. Just completely subverting expectations here. That's all this round was about here. You see Yuna get flash. Rose thought, she expected she should have had a free peek there. But then the help comes on in. Absolutely immensely huge. And then just also here tampering with that back hall control. Them thinking it would have been clear enough. They got into 2, but there was more to help, more to come. And with GE just not being able to be as aware and be on top of the situation, well, it allows the opposition here to just completely keep him guessing for these rounds where you want to be aware.
Yeah, and while we have a bit of time on the anti-eco here, Deviant Topaz, this team, Coldan mentioned already a different name with a different core, really. Only 2 members from that Open 1. They changed things up towards Open 2, added a few more members here in Open 3. But I think it's really just that acclimation. We've seen from some squads, right? Throughout the year, they have gotten better. Alongside the Julie Brox, you can say the same, honestly, for Sapphire, even though that they were a unit already made from last year. Just that time to acclimate with one another. Deviant Topaz looking pretty secure of their plays. They go for that B site. Yet again, the retake here for GE as the Seekers are out.
Well, Sheriff's pistols is all they really got to work with here. Kiri still connects off the flank. That's certainly going to help their case out.
Yeah, Prowler's there, looking for targets. Flash, though, out and about. Even Topaz sticking around the site. They want to play close contact. Muffin Loop and Bela, same angle to hide in, and the same one to kill them. Yu-Chan with a double already. Kiri coming in with the Prowler too. Here by main. Top, though, on top of things. Just floods on over, and it seems like GE will drown against the opposition. Deviant Topaz, it's 4 in a row for them.
4-0. Quick and easy here for Deviant Topaz to deal with the eco. Coming on in. No real issue. No real problem. And there isn't anything much they could really do about it here against an eco like this. I mean, GE, all they really have to be able to do here is get that one round and use that to stabilize themselves as we got a quick tech. That's honestly surprising.
It's been a while, honestly.
It's been a while.
Yeah, GE Phoenix, they're just struggling to find that comfort on this map. It seems like that they're so unwilling to really play against Deviant Topaz towards the site. They have some good respect to actually find that intel, right? We've seen a few jump peeks there from Meow towards B. They tried to gather that intel, but in the end, it just seems like that they're lacking confidence from what we've seen so far. And Deviant Topaz have taken advantage. Toffee Waffy, Yu-Chan, very aggressive on what they want to do. And they've been winning some duels around the map to allow Deviant Topaz the advantage early on.
Well, 4-0 is certainly a way for Deviant Topaz to deviate from what was expected here. It's Global who, I think coming into the series, have had their heads up a bit higher. But it's always the unknown factor that can really catch you off guard. That's what surprises you, because you'd think that a team with lesser experience like them, with players that we haven't really heard of the same way that you've heard of some of the, some of the gals here on GEX, like Meow, like Muffin. Yeah. Those are the ones that you think would kind of crumble under the pressure. But Deviant Topaz so far, even though they're also in the lower bracket, even though they've had their struggles earlier on, when they played against Team SMG, that's Team SMG, so
yeah, exactly.
We haven't really had a great litmus test for how this team could perform.
They got lucky facing off against SMG early, and truth be told, this is a big test for Deviant Topaz to face off against GE Phoenix, which has consistently made it to the playoffs, even though it was a bit barely this time around. The only team with a 4-2 standing GE Phoenix had here, it still doesn't matter that there's still always going to be the test here for Deviant Topaz. The last time they faced off against another playoff team, I'm looking at the records right now, Orangutan X all the way back in the Open 2 Round 1 Swiss stage. It's been relatively unknown teams compared to what we've seen this year that Deviant Topaz has faced off. And you always want this moment, right? You want to have this moment where you can say what kind of field you should be in, what kind of caliber of play you're gonna have, and what kind of power ranking you have here in the Game Changers APAC scene. Deviant Topaz, if they can get this win against GE Phoenix, more heads and more eyes will be on them moving forward.
Certainly turning heads their way. They can
Yeah,
continue
4-0?
this type of performances.
True.
I mean, it's only the start, and they did take the pistol, but it's a good sign of things to come, especially for a team without as much experience. You look at Global, and where I think yes, you understand that they have a big organization behind them, and they had some players as well who have had experience on other teams. You look at a player like Meow, who has certainly been one of the more, I guess, experienced players. Came from that VLT Asteria squad before it was even under, Velocity. And then you look at the player like Muffin, who has also made a name for herself, being on that Asteria squad. And having that type of history just puts a target on your back. And the ones trying to collect that bounty, it seems like this. Teams like, teams like Deviant, Topaz, who have been longing for the chance of taking heads.
Yeah, every team used to be an unknown. Eventually, they'll be known. They'll make that statement. And from what we've seen on the map draft, they've done the homework versus GE Phoenix. Remove Fracture from this map pool. Make sure GE is uncomfortable here at map number 1 on Pearl. And see if they can actually continue on with that momentum. Muffin Loop, though, she's been incredible with the operator from what we saw last time around. And there you have it. Yuna, that jumping's not gonna work when Muffin Loop is that wide open. Well done with the shot. At least now it's a 5v4. GE Phoenix gets the advantage that they've been looking for.
Pushing on in here. Star at the ready. They have A main control. It's going to be a big lynch point here if Bela can find the timing, stop this plan from happening. But Tub, oh my goodness, certainly taking Rose down.
No fear whatsoever. And Bela, you mentioned it, sticking around towards main. Deviant Topaz changing things up. They're moving towards Secret with the spike. They're gonna plant actually at backside here. And some close contentions of the Curie kind now with the Nightfall. Let's see if GE Phoenix can capitalize on that. Curie finds Buddha, and it's pinch made here by GE Phoenix. Now we get the experience bearing fruit here, but Tub fights back. 3 for Tub, and she's not done. Lockdown forced out because of it. Muffin Loop picking up a Vandal now, and it's Bela instead who gets rid of the big target. Yu-Chan versus the world. It's 1v2 here. Moves over towards Flower, backs away. Instead, it's Secret. Muffin Loop waiting for this one though. Bela diffusing, will stick it, and timing. This might work out. Just a swing, yes, but Muffin Loop will play Protector. GE get the defuse anyway.
Oh, that was looking super well here in the 1v2 clutch. It was planted for her. Smart enough for them to go for that backside plant, knowing that they didn't have A main control. Trying to be aware of that possibility, having a contingency for that, and Tub just winning every single fight she's placed in there towards that back pillar, but still too little, too late. VX, they scraped by with a round, but you can see how entirety of that round, Deviant Topaz were just a huge threat.
And Tub has been such a threat so far in this game. But GE Phoenix, we said, they just need the one. They need that confidence. And perhaps now, with Muffin Loop back on their signature operator and the rest of the team finding those frags, especially Bela, it's a chance here for them to continue on this defense. A double up yet again towards the doors. The Prowler gets a good connection. Kiri knows there's going to be contact nearby, and Toffee Waffy can't swing off it. So Deviant Topaz fended off so far. A split instead towards A.
5v5. Got the Cosmic Divide here for Deviant Topaz. Can certainly be a big point to try and cut that A side up, isolate the back side, give them front side control, and then play the post plant there further. They got utility for that anyways as well to continue in that bout, but You can tell here, Global, they're doing a good job of at least stalling them for the meantime and making it a bit more uncomfortable.
And you look at the setup, right? Bela has the nanoswarms on the right-hand side, which means that Rose, she'll swing off her own flashes, look to keep that contested as much as possible. Staying around though in cover, trying to stay away from the guiding light, but the flash gets confirmation.
30
There's
seconds
targets
left.
nearby. 30 seconds left. Even Topaz, they need to go for this A or else. Here comes Kiri. Tub falls. Cosmic Divide is there too for Deviant Topaz. Huda tries to go for the clear alongside Toffee Waffy, and Toffee Waffy does get the trade on back. Time ticking, and it's Bela who'll hear this actually because she's on the other side of the Cosmic Divide. Lockdown into play as well. GE Phoenix trying to go for the wall bangs, but Deviant Topaz will flush the opposition out. Maybe some congestion towards Connector. Some space bought here by the attack.
And the guts there from Reirachu still continue to stick that, even though they knew the spam was coming. But Muffin Loop chops Kuda up. They take the most of art control, but they have to be aware of Toffee here. That's great timing on this. She does get taken down 2v4.
Yeah, strong protection there from Meow, watching the flanks, and it's all up to the main hold now. Aaron, Yuchan, what else can they do? The swing will be punished. Muffin Loop is ready. Yuchan, though, at least gets one kill before the rest of GE already defused. Yuchan, nice exits at least. But GE Phoenix, they get that sight control, man. That's enough for them to win these rounds.
Yeah, counter Cosmic Divide here, working out for GE, and luckily they also had that at the ready after getting those kills. Yuchan just way too far removed from the situation to do anything about it at that point. GEX slowly but surely closing the gap.
Yeah, and things are looking so much better here for GE Phoenix. Just the willingness to actually push out these corners. Also the fact that they're clearing things out as well as they can. They expect that there is a flank, another angle that Deviant Topaz can work with. Stress there though, sub now. Bladestorm out and about. But the Prowler will keep her at bay, and Muffin Loop, look at her go! She's willing to contest mid despite the extra angles of opportunity. Deviant Topaz respect that and move towards B instead.
Yeah, luckily she's got that Curie there to kind of watch her back just a bit. The smoke did pop towards that top mid. The B side is where they're going to be coming from. Toffee Waffy. If she's able to once again apply pressure here towards that B-link door, it can keep the defense having to split their focus and attention from the A main, from the B main push instead.
Yeah, that's a key word, right? Attention. Make that noise and see if it can get the pull. But Muffin Loop, a perfect angle to work with. And there you go, Pristine versus Puda. Who's next on the chopping block? Will it be Tub? Kiri though finds Toffee Waffy this time around. GE Phoenix counteracting the lurks. And exactly what they need. It's Deviant Topaz now sputtering here who can't figure out what to do.
Yeah, that's a crucial pick-off there. Yeah, they take Buddha down, but it was a shutdown of Toffee Waffy's lurk coming from Kiri that really gained them,
30
I
seconds
think, this
left.
round. And 30 seconds left. Quick rotate on the A side. A miracle is the only thing that's going to buy them out of a round like this.
Yeah, let's see if they can actually find the opening. All eyes still on Tub. I believe she has a few blades still to work with. It's Bela now who'll be under pressure. 13 seconds left. This is going to be very close. And Deviant Topaz
10 seconds.
cannot stop holding W here. Here comes the fragment, making it even more difficult. Someone needs to plant. Someone needs to plant. Man, it might even be too
it
late.
even in
I'm not
time?
sure. Yuna. No, it's not gonna happen. GE has already won, and it's all about the frags now. Tub and Yuna, though, at least get the punish, at least get the exits, but it's still not enough. GE, again, just waiting out the timer.
Yeah, a 30-second rotate coming in from B long all the way into A main like that. It just takes too long. The only time you're going to make actual time for that is if you're able to doubly key it all the way or pass through art through mid instead. But it's a much more risky option, so could have been better there to just maybe keep the weapons, fight for another day. They barely got economy to buy up into this, luckily, because they got some kills near the end of that round. It helps them continue this attempt even further. They still have a round up, but you can see that now Global, they're getting a lot more attentive of what the ideal scenarios that the Deviant would really want to do here. They're finally figuring out what the common movement, what the common factors of each round here from Deviant are, and they're making sure to check that. They've expected the mid lurk for one on Toffee Waffy, and you see them once more late in the round. They know 45 seconds left. This is when Toffee Waffy loves to play around there and maybe get a good flank off, and they check that and clear her out.
Yeah, they're expecting the split, especially through mid, through art, through link. If ever Deviant Topaz can find those opportunities. And what stops Deviant Topaz in their tracks? Spotlight always on Muffin Loop. From what we've seen, she's stepping up to the plate. Most of her kills have been courtesy of the operator so far. And now, as we see GE Phoenix aggress towards A main, a chance here for Deviant Topaz to go towards B instead. Meow here getting ready. Maybe a bit more pressure from the defense versus the attack. There you go with concealment.
I've got
the
your
Nebula
trail.
actually utilized by Meow. And such a big difference here for GE Phoenix. They're staying on site. Can they actually stand tall here? Tub with a takedown. The Nightfall as well as the Seekers making it painful for Meow. She can't hear it coming. And it's 2 down here for the defense.
Yeah, there's so much pressure there at Mao to perform when he gets hit by the Seekers. Everybody's kind of going around her. Once again, Toffee Waffy able to get the flank off, but this time around, because of the fact that they took down so much players on GE's side already, there isn't enough, power. There isn't enough of the count there isn't anybody available to make sure to hold that flank off, and now they simply lack any sort of chance of taking the round back like this. The save is the right call. To get 3 rounds already is not too shabby, so they know they can continue in the half further and come back.
And I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Deviant Topaz. They're willing to play aggressive and just push, execute with these ultimates. As soon as they realize that there's still players sticking around on the site, they go for the clear, and it worked out well for them. Only problem now, they still haven't gotten rid of that operator. So Muffin Loop, the linchpin of this defense. Let's see now where she's gonna station.
The defense for sure here has certainly turned it up a notch, but Deviant looking to shift gears as well. Taking a round like that, quick, swift, and clean. They had the wrong read on where to position the op, and allows Deviant to really run them down towards that B site. Now the op switches back from A to B. Deviant, they're going to the ladder side as well, so actually could be problematic here. Oh, but she doesn't connect. That's very fortunate here for Deviant.
Yeah, she played the anti-flash, but it still wasn't enough. But this time around, a small little sliver of an opening. Enough for Muffin Loop to work with. Yet again, threading the needle, and even through the smoke! This is what Muffin Loop is all about! Bela also with the find, and it's all left to Tub here, trying to work things out in the front line. What can Yu-Chan do? It's difficult, it's looking perilous, and there's just no escaping Muffin Loop. Flawlessly done by GE. See, it's the operator it's all about there.
Oh, the quick shot too. She was about to round the corner there at the end, and small angle. Actually, almost could have gotten 2 birds with a single shot there. Could have been a collat, and yet just no real fight. The Evens were able to put up. Once that op and Muffin is placed in the right spot, it's an absolute sentry, a turret that nobody can bypass.
Yeah, it's just absolutely automatic. She missed once. That was a warning shot. The rest was absolute perfection. Deviant Topaz, they need to realize that they cannot play against Muffin Loop right now in this kind of setup. Intel needs to be provided. They can test A main here. It seems like Bela wanting to work together with Kiri to be aggressive in this instance. Alarm bot set up. Seems like the protocol for GE Phoenix. Get that main control. Give Bela the lockdown. And now they can play a strong post plant if ever.
She took that orb in their face. Like, they're right there on the corner, and she just stuck it.
Swing.
Knowing that
the timing!
The timing. Perfect entry and lurk here from Toffee Waffy as well as Yu-Chan, them keeping their backs covered.
Yeah, well, at least there's the opening made by Deviant Topaz. GE Phoenix. Rotation to move towards main. Do they realize, though, that Hub has been lying in wait? Still coming in from restaurant. Moves over to the crate for cover. Doesn't spot out the contact as of yet, and this is dangerous for GE Phoenix. If they assume that no one's behind them, well, Tub will have the opportunity. Even worse now, Bela's gone. Rose cleared out as well. And as soon as GE Phoenix command one side of the map, they're answered by the other. Muffin Loop, the saving grace here perhaps. Spikes planted. It's 2v5, very difficult. Meow though, making it perhaps possible. Toffee Waffy falls, but Muffin Loop, this is dangerous. It's not just one here, Blackenblue. It's 2. Tub alongside Yu-Chan, staying by the crate. Wouldn't be surprised to see the save. There's a swing. Stellar shot from Muffin Loop. They can't push from this one though. Too much time already utilized, and I guess they're trying to look for exits by this point.
Yep, just trying to wither down their numbers.
Oh.
That's the best
My
you can hope
ult's
for.
ready.
Dude, Muffin is absolutely automatic.
I
He's
feel-
not missing a shot at all.
Look, I don't want to second guess some things, but if Muffin Loop is this sure with these shots, I feel like this round is still winnable. Could have been winnable rather, until Yu Chan there shuts down that operator. In the end though, Deviant Topaz, they get the round win sure, but the bigger one is they finally get rid of Muffin Loop's first operator. Maybe a reinvestment here from GE Phoenix, but Deviant Topaz still in the lead.
I mean, could have been if they weren't pressed for time so much, even a 2v5, but dude, Muffin is certainly having herself a hell of a game. Deviant Topaz, though, still benefiting from that round, who really had a great one in terms of the amount of subverting expectation moments that they had there in the cracks, in the wood, in the walls, like termites. They were just completely scattered, lurking and catching GE when they least expected it to. And GE, they not call a timeout to reset themselves and try and get back on top of the situation.
I think reset themselves is the key word right now. It feels like for the first half, it's a mental thing for GE Phoenix. They have this confidence courtesy of Muffin Loop. She's the shining example for what we've seen so far. But there's still that discomfort that GE Phoenix has for this map from how they're playing and the new kind of setup that you mentioned because of the change from the Raze to the Jet. So let's see now if it's been inspiring enough from Muffin Loop to corral the rest of the team. The op is there though yet again. Bladestorm available. And if Deviant Topaz can take more opportunities, find Muffin Loop or stay away from her, then that could be them building this lead even more so.
Well, we got the Cosmic Divide here in Deviant Topaz, but it's the lockdown that I'm looking at for here on GE's side. Can use that for the post-plant retake, which certainly Deviant would use for the initial entry. But you're talking about starting things off. It's Muffin who gets them going. Great pick-off once more. What an absolute menace with that operator she is.
Yeah, she's just an op in command right now. And now playing towards backside. Gravity Well to go for the stall. The Prowler gets connection. And Muffin Loop is unrelenting. This is Muffin Loop! And you will know her name. 3 down already. Looking for a fourth, but Yuna at least. The swing is there to get that connection. It's 4v2. Now though, still by Dugout. Damage done by Muffin Loop. Can the rest of GE follow suit? Yuna fighting back though. Deviant Topaz refuses to lose in this position. But it's dangerous to seize, making it even more difficult. Still no swing though. And the timing could have been the opportunity. And Deviant Topaz out in the open now. Meow with the takedown. It's Yuna with 3. But it's not enough versus GE. 5-6. And well, you can see where GE is getting the advantage from.
Well, you see here the push coming from Deviant Topaz, where initially they try and execute on this site, right? And look where they commit their smokes. Towards Flower and the Dugout, not towards Art. And typically, if you had 2 smokes, you only have 2 smokes with an Astra like this, you'd preferably kind of prioritize Flower and then Art. But more importantly, Art, and you can swap between either Flower or Dugout, but why do they leave Art open? I have to infer, I assume here, that it's because of the fact that they're afraid of the operator of Muffin, and they're afraid that she might have repositioned to Flower or Dugout, so that's what they smoke out, because that's typically where the op would be. But she was towards Art instead, and the problem is, if you don't have somebody lurking from mid there towards that Art, it can be super detrimental to leave that Art open like that. But once again, these are the kind of indirect effects of having that operator and them being afraid of it. They leave Art open because they thought she'd be towards the backside instead. That's what they smoke off, but they were dead wrong.
Look, it's conditioning. And truthfully, this first half, it's defined by fear. Some of the fears that GE Phoenix had at the start of the game, and still some woes along the way. Now, the fear instilled by Muffin Loop towards Deviant Topaz that she is a threat. She needs to be stopped, and Deviant has struggled to find her before she does absolute critical damage. So it's quite an interesting storyline so far. Deviant Topaz, though, proving that they made it to the top 8 for good reason. They're seeing some good plays from Chubb, from Yu-Chan especially. They still have the lead, but GE has crawled and clawed their way back. And here we go yet again as the game looking to come back online. Muffin Loop, where's she at? Towards A.
Well, right now, Muffin Loop is just a global threat here to Deviant Topaz. Her. You know?
Yo.
No feedback from the joke.
No,
Okay,
I honestly, I honestly let that one slide. I gave you the one at the start of the game. That was a no for me, dog. Ah.
All right.
Nice try, nice try.
I'm gonna have to look for another way to Seekers out on towards the site, and it's not the best buy from Deviant for sure.
Yeah, exactly. I was honestly wondering though, will Deviant Topaz consider facing off versus off? But you mentioned it. They don't have the credits to work with. They do get a very quick plant though along the way thanks to the Cosmic Divide. Bale, a different plan. He's been waiting for opportunity to go for the lockdown. Sub has to disengage. No one's swinging as of yet. Now the wall's gone. And instead, we look towards Toffee the Loffy on the lurk yet again. Opportunity made, but not the precision she wanted. Nightfall's there. GE now moving towards side, and Muffin Loop in position. The first kill comes her way, but she can't get the second. Meowdo in the silence. She'll just go for the defuse. Because of that Nightfall, it's enough for GE to get it going. And one more time, a stuck defuse was enough for the win.
Yeah, she wasn't able to. They weren't able to hear the fact that the defuse was coming. That's why you can still see those stars up online on the smoke. They weren't able to use the pull. They didn't have the timing for it. They didn't have the information, more importantly. And that's where that flank could come on in, because she wouldn't be hit by the Nightfall. Maybe Topaz could have gone, rather Tofi, Wafi would give it information. But the only information we have to be worried about is what our panel is about to say.
Thanks, gentlemen. GE barely hanging on, but Muffin Loop stealing the show on that operator, Coldan. What do we think?
Yeah, I mean, Muffin Loop sent them for a loop. I mean, every single corner that they peeked towards her, she was just knocking them out of the sky, left, right, center. And that was I didn't even realize this. They know this. They realize that, hey, Muffin Loop on that op, our utilities are just not knocking her off enough. The sidelines towards B long are just, you know, too long for our utilities to reach her for a sustained amount of time. Let's just avoid her. And yeah, it was successful at the start, but then Muffin Loop was playing really dynamic. She, you know, rotated once she got a contact and, you know, got so many kills at the end, really enabling a team to win out those rounds.
How do we think this bodes for after the switch?
Yeah, that's a good point, right? Because now we're switching over to the attacking side, and using an op is going to be a little bit more awkward, right? As the Jet, you want to be the entry, and you can't really entry with an op. So I think GE might be, you know, going to this attacking side, trying to get the op, maybe play slower, right? Let your op work, let your op cook, you know, rotate around the map, try to get those opening frags. And then once you have a man advantage, then you commit in the site together as a team. So, you know, regardless, even if you lose one, you trade them out, you still have a man advantage. All's good.
Whew. All right, well, we're gonna see which out of GE and Deviant Topaz will be able to bring this Colossa map to a close. I mean, 6-6, it's anyone's game at this point. Boys, back to you.
It is anyone's game. It is all tied up. But then again, it's GE who needs to show that they can step up as a unit. We are going back into the game. We went through halftime, and truth be told, Deviant Topaz have already impressed us with how sharp they've been on the shots, Blackenblue. But can they actually get the job done on their map pick?
I think the most impressive thing has definitely been Muffin so far, right, on GE's side. He's been connecting, but attacking side, that operator is not going to be as potent is the most important thing here. And now you're going to have to wonder if that's going to infer problems moving forward here on GE's side, because when they do not get Muffin going that way, we've seen them struggle on that defensive half.
And we'll see now, as they go for the offense, what else can Kiri and Rose do to help out on this aggressive stance. Also expecting, since you're running the asteroid, Meow can actually go for the lurk herself if she chooses to do so. But maybe a heat check here from GE. They get the orb. They're gonna go for a quick little default for now. Wait out the timer, see if Deviant Topaz will play aggressive towards A. But instead, it's actually B being controlled here by the defense.
Waiting. Gotta cut the noise here. Still leave Meow on the lurk. Maybe do just make noise later on, or see if anybody pushes aggressively from the Deviant defense. It's a very forward setup they've got working on here towards B long, and if the knife here from Rose connects, it could shut down this entire setup.
Again, you are a Black Pick stan through and blue, my friend. But Yuna prepared towards Pillar. The Prowler gonna find maybe? No, not actually gonna make it towards Yuna in time. This is gonna be a bit dangerous for GE Phoenix. They don't have the right intel. The Haunt is there though. Tub now has to break him and the dash on in. Muffin Loop looking to lead the charge. Tub getting ready still into the corner. Goes for the contact and is able to face off against her mirror. Rose though at least finds Yuna. It's 4v4 for now as GE Phoenix is running out of time. Yu-Chan still a threat though across the map. For Lex Meow, who's been lurking, maybe a chance here for Toppy Waffy to find the opportunity. Alarm bot though says no, and even Topaz knows this is coming.
Well, they have a very close margin of error to make this timing here. You're looking down at the clock. It's ticking. Baylor trying to go aggressive. She looks the wrong way and gets shut down. No time for the spike to get down. This is a Deviant round.
Yeah, Deviant Topaz at least. They fend off the opposition, and it will be them to come to collect. Yu-Chan so sharp though. 3, well, she's pretty much all alone. It really goes to show the caliber of firepower the Deviant Topaz has in spades. And look at this, as soon as Bela pushes towards Secret, right, it's Deviant Topaz ready for anything. It's a big reason why they got a good lead a while ago, and now they start off with the pistol win yet again.
Well,
third tech boss.
hoping for a quick tech this time.
Yeah.
It's APAC. It's an online tournament. What can you guys expect? It's the nature of the beast. But the only beast I've been seeing here this game so far has been not just Muffin, yes, but Deviant as a whole. Now, numbers side, you look at it, it might look top heavy. It might look like it's Tub and Yu-Chan. They're the ones connecting the shots. But the rest of the team are really doing a great job of making sure that they have the ample amount of support to be able to do that. Like, on that forward push there towards B main, yeah, Tub was connecting the shots, but it's Era who even enabled her to be able to do that, right? With that Sky towards a pillar. And then you see a lot of times on their attacking side a while ago, yeah, maybe Tub and Yu-Chan would get those picks off on B long when they would go for the execute, but it's Toffee Waffy keeping the defense busy towards mid instead. And those type of moments are, or those type of plays are what you can really talk about a lot of times, where you hear people say it doesn't show up on the scoreboard, but she's doing a lot, and that's exactly what's happening here.
I mean, it's also showing up a little bit. The assists are there. You give it to Era, who has been stellar with the flashes, setting up a lot of frontline heavy assaults. Courtesy of Deviant Topaz. Like, give it to Puda as well. Some of these Prowlers have made it difficult for GE Phoenix to actually mobilize in closer quarters. It's always being contested, and even though she hasn't gotten the kills, the rest of the team is there to support her. So, really goes to show that Deviant Topaz roster, right? They faced off against SMG, they shrug it off, and look to impress in the lower bracket instead. Right now, they're waking on up. They're waking up, honestly, the audience here to see that they can face off against GE Phoenix. The tech boss, though, a little unfortunate. Seems like there have been a few issues for GE Phoenix for quite a while throughout this game. Still no excuse. Deviant Topaz impressing from what we've seen in this run.
While we have time.
Yeah, what do you want to talk about, honestly?
I saw something come up.
Uh-huh.
It was a comparison of the 8 most popular chicken sandwiches.
Okay, where are you going with this?
And now I don't know what to think. I know you're a fan of one, I'm a fan of the other. I just want everybody to ponder that thought.
Yeah, okay, honestly,
really
audience,
think about
let's ask the
the
audience.
best chicken sandwich.
Yeah,
you
exactly,
guys
right.
have had.
Which one? Put it down in the comment section or whatever. I don't know. What's your answer? Okay, while we have a bit of time, what's your answer?
Well, there's 8 here. One of them I haven't tried.
Do you have a tier list? Can we get a Blackenblue tier list of chicken sandwiches sometime?
It's quite difficult. I don't know if I can lay out brands like that, not without being sponsored or paid.
We
so
can, honestly. But we don't have the time for it. We're here for Valorant, and we're here for GE Phoenix and Deviant Topaz. We're back. It's an anti-eco for the defense, and looking to be a bit more of an A commit coming out from GE.
About there.
Well, GE, Eco State, not a single sheriff in sight for them, which means that they won't really be able to do much at long range if it comes down to a straight duel. At least a quick shot. A site is where they're going to be committing, it seems to be the case. I mean, there's not too much at stake in this round, so they can go ham at what they want to do.
Yeah, Muffin loops in though, and Rose with the takedown! can't do much? What are you talking about? GE Phoenix ready to fight still, even on the eco state. Perhaps they can pick up a gun. Seems like the Stinger in the clutches of Meow. But Puda and the rest working from Blink. Ready with the Spectre, trying to go for the tag down. Top fighting Meow though along the way. Muffin Loop with the trade, but it's Puda instead with another answer. 3v3, as at least GE doing some damage. Yuna has had enough. The Bulldog has its bark and bite. Ready for fight. And there you go. It's 2 for Yuna. And Tub gets on the board yet again. Deviant, Topaz. They get the defuse and they get the round.
It would have been fortunate there if Rose was able to get that lurk off in time, especially get the kill here. But the very end of it, she got her one. And ultimately, as I said, not too much at stake in a round like that. Allows Deviant Topaz to build at least a, maybe not comfortable, but it's a lead nonetheless.
Oh, look at this though. This is what I was waiting for all throughout that first half. Tub on the operator now. Yes, you mentioned it. On the bonus. Pretty much not a bonus anymore. They want to contend against these rifles bought up by GE Phoenix. Maybe Shock. Especially anyone who peeks towards B. And that might be Meow. But the 1-3-1 we've seen from GE Phoenix time after time on this map. Like to play the lurk. Look for that opportunity. Muffin Lupto trying to lead the charge towards Plaza and move into the double doors instead. Toffee Waffy awaiting them here. And in the silence, GE trying to cut a bit of noise. Maybe find the opening versus Deviant Topaz, but they're so prepared. Not just the utility, but Yu-chan already tagged quite a bit. Deviant Topaz keeping tabs on GE here.
Comes in the push. The operator posted up on the wrong side of the map to try and anticipate and receive this attack. But the utility just sends Global going the other way, and suddenly DV Tub, she might just be in the right spot at the right time.
Absolutely, by the halls and it to the funnel of B itself. Prowler though notices there's one by connector. Toffee Waffy getting ready, and Toffee Waffy! There you go! Cute and deadly apparently! What a way to hold things down, and what a shot even towards Bela! It's 4 for Toffee Waffy! She's hungry for the ace! And let's her get it. The timing though. It's running out of time here. Maybe she can find the target. Meow will deny her of that glory. But the damage has been done. And think about it. You're taken down by a player named Toffee Waffy. Insult to injury. And it's even worse now as Deviant Topaz gets another one.
What a way to do it as well here. Obviously, Meow having to spoil the fun. Just like her old Team Rocket days, but in the meantime, it's Toffee Waffy who just proves to be the absolute MVP of that round. Crucial moment there to connect those shots. She only really needed to get one, Daks, because they were going to run into potentially the majority of the defense on A, or Muffin, rather, DV Tub, towards that B side here from Deviant. And it would have been a problem either way for Global, but he single-handedly puts a stamp on it and sends him back home.
I mean, you tell her that. Don't tell me. She got,
what,
3. You said she only needed 1. She got 3. And then the +1 even, right? Deviant Topaz. I'm saying this still, that they're so sharp. And they're so confident in the angles that they take. And they're like this for good reason. It's GE Phoenix who's lacking the utility to actually flush them out accordingly. Yes, there was the Prowler to get the spot versus Toffee Waffy, but Muffin Loop still went in there. And Deviant Topaz was ready for it. Those are the scenarios that a team like Deviant Topaz, who has everything to gain from this open, take advantage of. And as of right now, the 3 rounds in a row without the operator being noticed yet by GE, it's going to be even worse for wear if it's now Tub they find early on.
Well, so far late in the game, it's Global who have yet to be able to get that stability, and this is what we were worrying about. Same with the panel. They aren't on the defensive side anymore, and for a team that likes to, I guess, really surround itself around that op on the defensive side, that's how they gain the rounds. It's how they make their money. It's not going to be as potent on the attacking side. You can see that be a problem here because they aren't getting Muffin into these positions anymore where she can just wreak havoc the same way she was on the defense.
Yeah, it's one of their creature comforts, and Tub here prepared to watch for main. A hero rifle in the hands of Meow. This lurk might find an opening if ever she catches the timing versus Yu-Chan and Era if ever. But the rotation actually, Deviant Topaz expecting now this B hit. Seems like Meow will herald the charge instead. Rose also over beside her. Tubdo finds Buffet Loop. So that's the lurk gone on the opposite end. Yu-Chan still waiting. Alarm, but now finding a bit of intel. And Yu-Chan finds Rose. Meow though with a trade. Toppy off and burning out Kiri. But Meow fights back. But it's not enough versus Yuna. Too many guns on the side of Deviant Topaz. And JE Phoenix running out of the numbers. What can Bela do? She has to share, but it's a difficult range to work with. The flash is there. Yuna now knows that it's GE still waiting out in the open. The jump peek gets confirmation. The spike just out of reach. The flash hit again. No peek yet. Deviant Topaz waiting for the numbers. And Tub is there to come and collect.
Certainly swimming in their own success here right now. Tub leading that charge. The rest of them just falling one by one to the overwhelming amount of firepower Deviant Topaz have over them. But let's see. This is one of the real crucial points of this game, really, of this map specifically. If GE let this one slip, that's very close to match point. Way too close for comfort.
Yeah, Deviant Topaz, incredible so far. And GE Phoenix looking absolutely lost here in the woodworks. The haunts there, broken quickly. Immediately mid-presence has been exposed. And Deviant Topaz right now still the scope in by the operator, but GE, a different plan. They're looking to go for the push. It's Puda instead, prepared yet again. Toffee Waffy on the other end. Finally getting ready, looking for a quick little stun or whatnot. Gets the catch, Rose instead, finding Toffee. Puda now has to back on away, and this is looking pretty overrun from GE. Exactly what they've been looking for all throughout this half. They go for this B site.
5v4, Rose taken low, but doesn't matter. Easy Muffin wanting to get aggressive here. Has to be careful not to let herself get picked off, because that will equalize the player count in Deviant's favor for this retake. Trailblazers, this could be great timing. It is absolutely stellar! Muffin cooks them ablaze! It's a 1v4, 5 now, really.
I mean, sometimes you can let her cook. This time, they let her bake. It's just Muffin Loop prepared where Deviant Topaz is coming from, and as soon as they get on the site, they command presence on it. This is a round that Global Esports has been looking for. At the very least, Deviant Topaz can save the operator, but Muffin Loop, my oh my, has been the wake-up call from GE Phoenix from the start of this game and even into this round.
She picked her moment, and when she struck, oh how mighty it was. GE, when they needed her the most, Muffin shows up and shines. 7 to 10. They're not going to go out down, not going to slip just yet. And really, this was the big moment of this round. Another highlight for the incredibly sharp Muffin so far in this map. Another one for the books.
Honestly, her stock rising even more so. She's one of the stars of this team for good reason, and 19 takedowns right now from what we've seen so far. Such a jolt of energy here for GE Phoenix to work with. As soon as they play from the shops, they yet again can try to vie for mid. A different plan though from Tub. Checking out Club, pushing towards B. The Prowler's there though. Buffett Loot looking to lead the charge. There's confidence right now here from GE. But the Prowler is the answer. It's Yuda flushed out. Puda with the trade, but GE Phoenix comes up ahead. Toffee Waffy. This angle was successful a while ago, but she can't play it off because of the fragment. Yu-Chan instead. There's that takedown. 2v3 for now. And Deviant Topaz, they have at least a long side to work with. It's a 1v1 perhaps in mid. Toffee Waffy. Oh, Yu-Chan! Not just one, but both of them! Collateral perhaps 3 kills on the board so far, and Vela's found out as well! Yu-Chan does it all, and it's Deviant Topaz who's still in the lead.
It was a call to action to step up your game. That earlier performance there from Muffin, and then you see Yu-Chan just give her one of her own. If you can do that, so can I. Don't even have to be a duelist. Yu-Chan completely turning things around and back in the favor of Deviant Topaz. 11 to 7. How convenient. 1 away from match point.
Yeah, just beautiful from Yu-Chan. 20 kills. And for a player who didn't actually get to honestly play last time around, I believe. They have a bit of a rotation here from Deviant Topaz. She's just been incredible as soon as she has been slotted into this roster. Now the Cosmic Divide is available. You have the stars prepared as well. And Yu-Chan, a strong rock to rely on. It's Deviant Topaz doubling up as well. You have Puda there on one side. Yu-Chan moving over to the high ground, and GE Phoenix. They're gonna rely on Nightfall. Now they push. It's Muffin Loop in. There's the Gravity Well before the stall. GE struggling to actually move on through to the other side. But the smokes, though, keeping them at least alive for now.
Plant now here. As Biao was able to get a pick off to start this round. Start this post plant, rather. They do have the Cosmic Divide. That could be crucial here to try and isolate these fights. Push on in. They don't expect Toffee Waffy in the corner.
No!
But Buddha! Going insane. The double goes their way. It's a 3v2.
It's not just one, but two of them over into the corner. Expect the unexpected, and now GE! They are fearing this setup. Tub with a takedown. It's all left to Bela now. At least the Nanoswarm burns one down. It's 1v2. Is it doable? Bela taking critical damage. Maybe a bit of a spray here from Yuna. Puda doing with the defuse. And Yuna is there to get the catch on. The driver's seat is firmly, well, in the clutches of Deviant Topaz. And they put themselves on match points.
What a way to do it as well here. They thought it was clear. But this Phantom thing's connecting in the end. The line on up. They filter themselves. They had the lead. I wasn't even sure why they went for that aggressive push. I don't think Yu-Chan had her Cosmic Divide necessarily available on the defense. They did have it on Meow, but they could have certainly played on back there in that case and, you know, just played for the time, maybe played within the site a bit more. There was a lockdown, but it's gonna have to be something that they're gonna really regret moving forward.
This is difficult for GE. Deviant Topaz is still in control. The utilities there. Muffin Loop, though, clearing out as much as she can. Moving towards Flowers, even going towards CT itself. This is dangerous. Tub doesn't expect this, but Tub! How do you hit those kind of shots in those scenarios? From bad to worse here for GE, they need to retreat.
Forced back from it too, and even if they had the rifles, right, just looking like the lesser favored position right now. Still, GE, they're forced by. This could be it. They do have the rifle, but Yuna's in a great spot to shut her down. It's Yuna right at the timing.
You know she's there, and Yu-Chan. Now she's found by Meow. A stellar lurk at least to creep on in. A chance here perhaps for Global Esports, but Deviant Topaz had the angle. Tub couldn't get the connection. 4v3 lockdowns there. Sees putting Tub at 1 HP, but can GE get confirmation? Someone needs to push, but Toffee Waffy playing protector. Puda's there too, and Toffee Waffy is the truth. 13-7. They played hardball there, and they took the win. What a contest by Deviant Topaz, and truthfully, what a map pick to just keep GE absolutely guessing.
Hitting them with a JPEG too at the end. Just Toffee Waffy knowing that they're going to push up close, knowing they're going to try and shut that lockdown down and destroy it. So she plays off the timing super well, swings really in the proper opportune moment, and Deviant really throwing us for a loop here. Nobody would have thought that this is how this team would perform, and them going down to SMG early on in the upper bracket almost seemed like a blessing.
Dude, I love saying Toffee Waffy's name. Honestly, she has been impeccable all throughout this game. Not just from her mid lurks at the start, but also how she's holding Connector, how she's holding Link, and the rest of the team also following suit in that kind of setup. Yeah, Yu-Chan being impressive. You had the incredible Jet plays as well for the entry in the first half. But of course, this is history for Deviant Topaz. Their first win on the playoff bracket here in Open number 3. And of course, to talk about what just happened so far, that's what the panel is all about here.
Thanks, guys. Huge props to Deviant Topaz. I'm not sure if, we all were expecting that map number 1 showing from this team, but I don't want to jump the gun here, Coldan, but I watched their map 1 and I was just like, how has this team not made top 8 before? I mean, like, they're just coming out of the gate and they're doing this to GE? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is what you get when you have every single player on Deviant Topaz firing on all cylinders, everyone having impact rounds. I think if you look down the list, every single player had that round where they really turned the tide, forced GE back on an eco, and then that just steamrolled on and on. Let's take a look at the scoreboard to see how things played out, because it was an impeccable showing from Deviant Topaz. Look at that, top of the scoreboard for DV Topaz. Tub up there with 4 first kills, 21 and 9 as well. That is one sick KD, and I cannot not mention Yu-chan. What an anchor player for the team. Every single time when players come to her site, she's so smart to know when is the correct fight to take, when is the correct position to stand in. And I think you can just see that from the game earlier.
Yeah, I know we were talking during the game via Discord message, not via voice. You know, we didn't want to disturb our lovely casters' voices in the voice call, but you know, you were talking about how Yu-Chen, her game sense, the impact that she has is so insane, and just her understanding of how to play for that win as well, and just being able to use that utility to absolute perfection. I mean, we could go on for days just about everything that went right.
Right, Global Esports has the advantage in first kills, 11 to 9 of DV Topaz. But if you look at the scoreboard, right, you can kind of paint the picture where Muffin Loop is the one getting those first kills. She is so proficient in the op, especially in the first half. But when it swapped over, when she wasn't on that op, you saw how things kind of broke down. GE, well, they had opportunities to fight towards mid where they avoided Tub's op, but then they had to walk into Toffee Waffy, they had to walk into Yuna, they had to walk into Puda, and of course, walk into Tub right here. MVP of the first map. What an insane showing from the Topaz girls. I mean, kudos all around. What a showing.
Is that a 50% hit shot percentage? Bruh.
With an op as well.
Oh my god, do my eyes deceive me? Okay, she is on Jet, so you know she does have that little buff when she has her ult. It's just easier to get the headshot. It buffs that.
It's still so difficult, right?
A bit, but not till like 50%.
Yeah.
You know, oh my god, that's nuts.
And she has like what, 21 kills, I think.
Something like that.
That's 10 kills with hit shots already. That's an insane number to have, and I mean, I can only imagine what's going to happen on the next map. If this is the kind of showing the DV Topaz has for us, well then Global Esports really need to pull up their socks if they want to, you know, stand a chance to stay alive in this playoffs. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, G Phoenix, they got a couple minutes. We got a couple minutes, guys. We're going to go for a really short break before we find out if G Phoenix can take this to map number 3.
Player standing. See ya. Spike down A. 30 seconds left. Be faster. 30 seconds left.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Hi guys, and welcome back to what could potentially be the very last map of today. Of course, GE Phoenix, if they have anything to say about it, they're gonna want to try their darndest to turn this one around. Map 2, it is going to be on Haven this time around, though, and I just can't help but think that, especially after that map 1 that we just saw, Coldan, I just feel as if we've already seen most of the pages in the GE playbook, and I don't know what else, what new strats they've got to pull out on Haven. I mean, just kind of feel that, you know, they're gonna just run the operator on defense again, but what can they pull out on the attacking side in particular? I don't know. Is it your mic?
Yeah,
we can't see.
That's a great point that you pointed out, right, Jenny? Yeah, that is the kind of storyline that we have been seeing for GE, right? It's Muffin on that defender op, and then GE playing off of that. Right? It's been a consistent story from their first series we witnessed yesterday, and it's still the same story we saw here on Pearl. Haven, right? That's the change up. That is something, you know, that could allow GE to come back into the game, right? We saw them in an overtime affair yesterday on Haven itself. So okay, not overtime affair. I think it was just max rounds, or yeah, all the rounds played in regulation at the very least. So GE really have to buckle down and realize that cannot be a consistent strategy, right? That you cannot rely on your main duelist to be the one that's carrying most of the heavy work. It has to be a team effort, especially on the attacking side, where an op might not be the most viable. You have to go in together as a team.
Yeah, I agree. And I believe GE are also starting on the attacking side this time around, and I can't help but feel that, you know, a couple rounds into map number 2, we'll probably have our answer, right, as to how much of like the last couple of minutes GE have had to have that reset. Has it worked out for them? I mean, they had a couple of problems yesterday as well when we were watching their series, and the thing is, to go from yesterday's O2 to come to today, like our playoffs, we play for 5 days, and they've been playing like their 6 best-of-3 series last week as well. So if you have like any obvious errors or any things that you want to fix on your team, then once you're in playoffs, there's almost no time to fix that overnight. So I'm just super worried about that. We are going to see agents select this time around. I can't help but think they're going to, you know, go back to what's comfortable and their default picks as well. I don't know. What do we think?
Yeah, it's got to be the standard approach from both of these teams.
Oh,
The only
yeah.
difference,
Oh,
gotta be
yeah.
that controller. I do give Global Esports a little bit of an edge because they are very well versed in Haven. It is their most played map in the entire history of this roster. So that might be a slight itch, right? Just being comfortable on this map. I will give it to them. Rose was on a pretty good breach yesterday. So I think Meow 16k as well as Muffin Loop and maybe one or more player, Rose, Kiri or Baila, one of them has to step up to the plate and really assist Muffin Loop, because it's not going to be a one-man show. If it's going to be a repeat of Pearl, it's going to end the same way as Pearl. On the other side of things, right, Deviant Topaz, same situation. Everybody playing on that similar role setup with Tub as that main duelist. And hey, Tub, another fantastic duelist in her own right. So it's got to be a clash for the ages, potentially a last map for Global Esports Phoenix if they aren't too careful.
Yeah, I know, definitely a lot on the line here and a lot to play for. GE Phoenix, I think, would like to have their fate in their own hands and, you know, be able to lock Elite by themselves and not have to count on the placings of other teams if they should get eliminated. But guys, we about to find out what's going to happen in this all-important map number 2. Daks and Blue, over to you.
Look, fantastic. It's pretty much an understatement. Deviant Topaz, they deviated from expectations, took that first map win, especially because they played the map trap so well, and especially because they work as a unit. We're coming back, though, to Haven, and this is where kind of the stats do go more in favor of GE Phoenix, right? Blackenblue. This is where they're a lot more accustomed to. Coldan mentioned it especially, that they've had so much situations, so much history, honestly, from what we've seen so far from them, and as of right now, it's them who has to recover as a unit.
I mean, the way as well, not just the fact that Deviant were able to take that map number 1, but the way they were able to do it in just such decisive fashion, one that you can never self-doubt if it came due to luck or anything else. It makes you really wonder, who are these gals and where do they come from? Because their objective seems to only be the best that it can. And the way that they've been playing has been super, super impressive. Let's see if that continues here in map number 2. As you said, a playground a bit more familiar to global success.
Look, if you haven't heard of these names before, you'll find out now, especially if Deviant Topaz can get the second map with GE fighting. You know their battle cry, and they move towards B to begin this assault. Muffin Loop checking out Link. The plant comes on in from Rose immediately. We've seen from GE, it needs to be a step up from the backline, especially if they want to take these dubs. It was close versus sight. Now there's going to be a close encounter from Muffin Loop itself. 2 versus 2, or rather 2 for 2 in terms of trades. 3v3 now, as the flank being utilized here by Deviant Topaz. They take in the grass control. They notice GE Phoenix is playing towards lane. Tub though checking out the corners. Fuda with a takedown. Tub on the board, and this is perfect here for Deviant Topaz. Kiri, does she have a chance? The pings are incorrect. It's not gonna be where they expect the defuse, and it will be Deviant Topaz who still takes pistol.
Nicely done from Deviant Topaz, and you can see how the defense adjusted here. They can tell that there's a lot of heat coming in from that B main pressure. And so what do? You see Era, Yuna. Really, I don't know why it says Era on the barracks, but really it's Yuna. She pulls back instead and waits for some help. Yes, she goes down on the swing. Puda was there to help her, but ultimately enough, they bought time. Let the rest of the defense adjust and help them out. They get the pincer on A link, and everything just falls into place. So we're really seeing some great discipline coming here from a team that you wouldn't expect it of, knowing that they have just not as much experience typically competing.
Look, they have come here to open tree to play, and Deviant Topaz took advantage of GE Phoenix ceding control, really, of the middle courtyard, moving towards Lick instead, putting more of their forces into the front line. To have a different plan, though. Waiting towards window. It will be Puda who'll get that intel, and keep an eye out on the arsenal. So a Guardian in hand for Tub. It's an anti-eco here for Deviant Topaz who have bought up.
I mean, one of the most terrifying opponents is one you don't even know of. You don't know when they'll strike, how they do it, where they'll come. And you can see here GE finding that out firsthand. It also brings to the lack of information you have generally of how the opposition might like to play, what their tendencies are. Those are complete unknowns where Global definitely, as I talked about a while ago, have that target on their backs for other teams instead to look out for. And so plan goes down here. See if Global can do any real damage.
Yeah, Deviant Topaz having something to watch, especially from yesterday's game. Maybe learning a few lessons versus GE. Yuna though setting up the flash. Fuda is gonna be dropping on down, and a perfect power drop from Deviant Topaz to begin this retake. Yuna on the board yet again. Bailey the only one still standing. At least some damage done by GE. They got the plant too, but this is Deviant Topaz's to win.
Quick and easy here from Deviant Topaz. You can see they're not afraid to give up the plant in those type of situations. Play the retake instead. They're confident in their ability, especially against an eco like that. So Global here. Natural gun round to try and turn things around. But cohesion has been a word that I'm not going to shy away from using when it comes to Deviant, because they really do look like a unit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just so well synced, so well timed. And Deviant Topaz looking more of a team so far compared to GE. But the guns are out for GE Phoenix, and when you enable Muffin Loop, she will reward you with a round or two. Let's see if now they can continue on. Puda only having to go, so it's going to be a bonus round here for Deviant Topaz. They don't really buy up with some of the members that fell early on. It's GE now taking A-long control.
Playing it slowly here. They've crawled up all the way towards A main though. They expend that recon, I would argue, a bit too early. They don't have any much real information gathering tools aside from the Aldrone, which could pose to be a problem, but doesn't seem to be an issue right now, as they do have weapon superiority. Bela comes around.
Good thing she checked that angle, and now it's 2 here. The advantage for GE. They get the spike going. A bit of an arsenal for Tub to work with. Guardian in hand, spots the target. Kiri, though, gets the intel. There's also Tap's courtesy of the short angle as well. Now as GE reinforces the A side. Such a struggle for Deviant Topaz to even make it in there. Tub at least tapping away. Can she find the target here? Meow gonna get tagged down, but it's not enough for the takedown. GE's ready, and as Toffee Waffy swings, she will get hit. Yu-chan fighting back though. She's all alone now in the 1v4. A little too difficult to work with. GE, they need to get the hell out of there though, so it's dangerous. Luckily, Muffin Loop finishes off the round early on, and it's now GE getting on the board.
Yeah, relatively clean here coming in from GE. Only Bela really going down. And while it might have worked out that time around, I do wonder if the way that they approach these objectives are going to be the most successful thing. I talked about that recon being ideally premature. It's almost like they used the recon to clear the close, even though it went deep. And then Aldrone just didn't come up till it was too late. They can't peek dry like that next time around. maybe the idea there was to find out if there was a stack since they knew it was a bonus.
Yeah, this is where it's dangerous for Deviant Topaz. Compared to Pearl, stats themselves not really in their favor. Need to be a bit more refined, especially from what we've seen so far, especially the first game. Muffin Loop, though, moving forward. We also have Meow there in position alongside her. So quick plant here from GE. Some good shock darts from Puda to start peppering Kiri. It's gonna be a retake already. Flank though from both Toffee Waffy as well as Tub. So short, long, might be vied for. Dangerous for GE Phoenix because a pinch is possible. Kiri sticking around till towards the graffiti. They throw for the smoke as well. And here comes Stub now, looking to lead the charge. Bela in the corner. Can she get a good surprise here? Stub looking for the clear. It's Bela with the takedown. Here comes Deviant Topaz, but GE Phoenix still fights on back. Now realizes the flank, and the rest of GE keep the front line held. We're tied up.
Yeah, nice hold here in the postman from GE, and that's finally what we want to see here. Punishing the small errors and the hastiness of the retake coming in from Deviant Topaz. The backline was able to get some picks, but it all ultimately meant nothing because the rest of the team were able to swing off those contact points. Now they tie up the game here, so nicely done from GE to get themselves stabilized. They have a real good chance of taking the lead further, and they have to, knowing that they're on the attacking side for the first half.
Yeah, they have the advantage. They have the guns, and Muffin Loop also looking online. And alongside the rest of the roster, right, it's a lot more synchronized compared to what we saw on Pearl. Meow is always nearby. You have Kiwi Rose setting things up a lot better compared to that first map. And maybe for GE Phoenix, that was a wake-up slap. It's now time for them to fight back. Move towards Silong. Utility awaiting them, as well as both Yu-Chan as well as Toffee Waffy. Threats in their own right. Still dangerous though here for Deviant Topaz. They don't have the guns to work with. The dash on in. Yu-Chan setting up a bit of paranoia. Yu-Chan actually getting that takedown. Here we go yet again. Muffin Loop silenced by a sudden sheriff shot. And Deviant Topaz will hold GE at bay. Flank from Tub 2. Timing is everything. But it's dangerous. It's difficult, and she'll have to back away.
That could have been huge if Tub was able to connect here. Only has a single blade left. Best hope is that they don't clear her out with this, but I'm not going to wager on that. Yeah, Meow just absolutely aware of where that's going to be. Take her down, and they're going to now bum rush their way towards A.
Yeah, found and fired upon. Era does have a hero rifle in hand, picked up, I believe, from Muffin Loop. But the star being set on up. Meow yet again, looking to allow the cross to happen here for GE. Bela clearing out short too, so the split approach from GE always to be as meticulous as can be. Hunter's Fury is there though, and GE running out of time for the plant. Rose avoiding that shot. Yu-Chan on the board yet again. Aftershock is there though, and GE, they're forced to actually put this down. Rose already low HP. Toffee Waffy getting the trigger and making sure that it will hurt versus the opposition. It's 3v1. Kiri all alone. Rifles have been scrounged here by Deviant Topaz, and here we go yet again. Kiri though with a spray bound. It's 2 for Kiri, and it's 1v1 down. The shock dart's there. Puda with a tap. Does it bait out Kiri? The jump peek is there. Get some intel. It's getting tense. It's getting close. Kiri, 1 HP. The dream still alive here for GE. Can she stall enough, though? Puda looking to bait out the peek. But there you go. Puda with the shot, and Deviant Topaz. That's an eco there, too. Watch out for.
Thrifty.
Barely scrapes by with a clutch at the end, but imagine how much more devastating it would have been if it was cleaner here coming from DV. At least they still get the round, yes. That's ultimate value, of course, as they invested very little into the round itself. And Toffee Waffy, incredible shots she's able to connect with, but not just her. The fact that they were able to stall that much and let Yu-Chan, who obviously started off the round with a pickoff here in Muffin Loop and then found another one on the A side itself, that just gained them so much more that they needed. And then tagging up as well Rose with the aftershock. Lots thrown here by DV that gains them a round that we really thought Global would take.
Yeah, here goes Muffin Loop though, and again the aggression towards A. Meow with the takedown already. Yuna falls, and Global Esports, they need to have that confidence to push, even if they lose Muffin Loop along the way. This time around though, Muffin Loop gets the job done. 2 down here for the defense. A good scan for Puda, and it leads to the demise of Meow. Plant comes on in. Rose getting peppered by the shock darts. Shocking sure, but it's a plant still.
Yeah, low HP here now in Muffin and Rose. They do have these ultimates though to throw against them. The Rolling Thunder being a big one, that's going to be a problem. Dash on in here, Tub cleans him out. Puda doing so as well. Aftershock gets a catch, and Puda down to the 1v1. Bela stands here remaining. A single bullet to her name, and 1 HP in the dream. 1 bullet, a rainy in the meme. It's Bela who takes her down and ties up the game.
Yeah, no chance there. Missed that one shot that could have changed it all. And GE Phoenix fights on back. A lot closer here, courtesy of GE Phoenix. A lot more confidence, but you thought it would have been such a safe round there for GE. Deviant, Topaz fighting back with 3 still. Tub and Puda, no fear. And I think that's really the biggest reason Deviant Topaz is in this competition right now. They're willing to go where no other team will dare to. They just have the confidence that they can get away with these kind of kills.
Certainly have been already, right? Just chiming on in those moments where Deviant Topaz least expect them to. It's another eco state here for DV.
Placing swarm
How
grenade.
close that round came. It's been a different story. Nano Swarm on the choke. Just in case they do start to push on out. Maybe isolate one. Isolate especially Muffin on the dash. Trying to be aware of it, but they can't find exactly where it is.
Yeah, making noise. But Deviant Topaz don't realize the numbers are there. They stacked up towards A. Now they go for the rotation. And while sure, Nano Swarms will be alongside the approach, this will be a plant immediately by GE. They're on site already. Toffee Waffy giving site control up to play in the garage instead. An eco state. It's difficult here for Deviant Topaz right now. Stinger at the ready for Puda, sure, but Muffin Loop already sticking around the corner. They're watching Garage like hawks. They're prepared for any kind of push. Here comes Tub though. Dash being primed. Share shot looking for a target. Yuna and Yuchan instead with a take that. But the rest of the scoreboard lit up by GE. Yuna staying in cover. At least some 41 now. Here we go yet again. But Meow, maybe a bullet is all she needs by the logs. And it will just fall down and timber on Yuna instead. GE takes this lead.
Yeah, if she knew, she could have even ulted there, but obviously low HP dissuades you from doing it. Could have been a waste. So they hold on, but they've been keeping these eco rounds close, man. And
They've
even
been great.
the round right before this is 2 rounds down in a row where it came down to a 1v1, and this one for an eco to go down to that type of status of a round, that's not bad. Not too shabby at all for Deviant Topaz. So
Yeah.
I don't mind this timeout. You just add that little bit more oomph to actually close out these rounds, which come so close.
Some oomph. What else sound effect you want to do?
Oomph, ooh.
Well, what does the fox say, man? But the thing is, Deviant Topaz, they have been eco warriors. You make a very good point. But I think it's when the rifle rounds do happen, that's where they struggle. It's GE Phoenix who catches them out a little bit more, who has that better utility from what we've seen so far on the A side takes especially. And the interesting part is, I think GE Phoenix has held on some of these ultimates for quite a while because of the awkward scenario of an eco state Deviant Topaz has been in. So it's kind of dangerous. They're still playing. They have the rifles, yes. They have the Rolling Thunder and the lockdown. But GE Phoenix have so many tools to work with.
GE Phoenix for sure is the type of team that has already proven that they can come back from difficult positions in a series. And that's something they're looking to try and convert here right now. Haven, as we said, might be one of their better battlegrounds to do it. Better stages for this comeback. Lots of ultimates that they've got here to throw on out. Damage being done. Bela's taking a beating.
Yeah, she can't stay by the window. Peppered immediately by the Odin Tub, though. The push into the shove. Muffin Loop is gone from this round. And Global Esports will have to work on the entry without her. It's been such a big predicament for them, especially. What do they do without Muffin? Looking lost a little bit, but they play it towards A-Long right now. They still have the ultimates, as we mentioned. Tub taking the tower position. And as it stands, they look for intel, see if they can pull some rotations along the way.
Pretty big, too. The fact that there wasn't a punish from that. No damage, no nothing. Didn't even have to burn the dash to get back out to safety. No immediate refrag swing here from Global. And not having somebody at the ready for something like that has been proving to be a really big problem here for Global, because Deviant, they're getting away with these kind of one-way off picks sometimes that just go unanswered for Global. Now they go for the Cosmic Divide, focusing on the platform side of the map.
Look, it's a protocols difference, honestly. It's just how they look to go for the push themselves, GE Phoenix. And while Deviant Topaz has been a bit more daring, Can GE go for the punish as soon as the Cosmic Divide does drop one down? They still have that Rolling Thunder to work with, that Hunter's Fury too, so they play towards A long. Alarm bot though broken. Rolling Thunder's there. The lockdown though utilized in time, and Deviant Topaz, they do get the kill out the bailout, but out in the open, it's Yuna who's the target. Difficult here for Deviant Topaz because that line is drawn. Yu-Chan though with a push is found out by Rose. There's the Rolling Thunder, and there goes the kills from Kiri. It's 2v1 now. The Odin versus the world. Does she have enough bullets to fight back with? Shock Dart lob, and GE playing from so far away. Tap yet again, the Gravity Well already preventing this defuse from being stuck anyway. GE play utility and play for the round win.
They played really well too. That was a 4v5, mind you, and they only lose 2 compared to the 4 in the bout. And the way that they're able to really shuffle their utility there, they had their heads up right. They placed the lockdown when the hit was gonna come. Had the Hunter's Fury to lock down not only just C long, but also obviously make sure the spike isn't being diffused upon as they do line on up. And then the rest of the utility here just set in place to continue to further that exact idea. Rolling Thunder to confirm it. They may have committed a lot, but it's a big round for them to win.
Yeah, it's a big round, it's a big win, and it's a difficult scenario now for Deviant Topaz. They go for the Hunter's Fury though. A big tag on the Muffin Loop. Forced to burn the dash already. 15 HP left. Gets a bit difficult for GE to play the front line, but at least they can have that confidence to push towards Garage instead. Who's lying in wait though? Toffee Waffy. We've seen how incredible she's been in close quarters before. Now the judge in hand can be even more deadly. Doorway broken. Trying to bait out any kind of push. They get the tags! She's at 29 HP, still alive though. Muffin Loop actually catching out Tub. So this is looking good for GE. They found the frag. They don't need to push towards Garage anymore. And instead they move towards A.
Well, Toffee Waffy could have had a field day there. You know, you can actually hear if you're hitting somebody if you're close enough, especially with like a Phantom. Because you can hear the hit effect, but maybe that could have alerted them to her presence there. They go the other way, otherwise, instead, doesn't matter. They got Bodhi here, Buddha rather, who's just taking a beating as well on the attempt.
Oh, there you go. It's moving towards Rose, and there's the Aladrone yet again. Lockdown though from Link. A chance here for Deviant Topaz to make that space. Already Kiri in the corner position. Huda can't actually push because of the Nova Pulse, and GE Phoenix are gonna be buying a bit of time. This is gonna be a big detain though. That's 4 of them detained, and Puda will make sure that it's quick work onto Rose. There's the defuse. They're backing on Kiri to get the job done, but Yu-Chan knows it's time for the defuse. There we go with the takedown of Veil. Kiri gets the kill onto Puda because of the damage inflicted earlier on. And at least GE, they calculate the time needed, and they win the round still.
They weren't able to clear out Hell either, and just left her alive for the entirety of it. Good damage being done initially, and it was looking pretty possible to win, but just Kiri here locking things down, making sure the lineup is, rather the angle is held for the cross. Makes it so much more difficult for Deviant Topaz, who now not looking as sharp as they once were.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaker for Puda. The only way you survive that jump with 15 HP, you have to play on the crate on the side. In the end though, Deviant Topaz, yet again, sometimes that inexperience compared to the caliber of competition GE has had in the past few opens. You can see where GE Phoenix is finding those moments, finding those calculations, and have a 3-round gap because of it. An eco round yet again for the defense. It's not been the best economy from Deviant Topaz overall this first half.
They have a free entry towards the safe site now. Toffee Waffy, the only one there as of the moment to receive this push. They luckily do have Yuna here now, also prepared. Doesn't have the fault line ready though. They got the flash to fight with. Fault line now, off the cooldown. If they're able to time this right, they can shut down this push.
Yeah, Toffee Waffy stellar with the shots before, but this time around can't get it done. Yu-Chan instead picking up a rifle. The push coming on in, but Puda and Yu-Chan fight back. It's 2v2, a close round yet again on the eco. But can Deviant Topaz change their fate? Yu-Chan with 3 huge picks so far. Meow's the only one left. And right, too many angles, but Yuna so quick and so swift. A thrifty win from Deviant Topaz. It was only a matter of time from them.
It's you and you. Yuna and Yu-Chan connecting here. Just in absolute perfection too. Yu-Chan gets the one. She's been so sharp with that Sheriff, especially up close with the smoke, playing around it with a great defensive smoke as well there placed to allow the rest of the Deviant defense to hold control of that graffiti side, of that short side. Gets a 1 kill, goes for the Vandal, and then follows up on everything thereafter, just holding down the position. And the way that they're able to win in these scrambles are just so effectively impressive.
And so high octane too, and here we go yet again. Begin the round, already trying to find a poison pill angle. Tub is there towards the corner. Shots also to provide the distraction. That's why Puda's trying to pepper that with the Odin as much as possible. I heard the dart. I don't know where it went, but GE Phoenix is sticking around towards spawn so far.
No picks be found yet. Blades up for Muffin. Maybe that bit of mobility it will give her.
Oh, here we go again.
Geo helps him to try and throw her off. Oh,
Good
she
call.
gets out in the nick of time, just barely.
It's such a good call though. She can play that angle because she had the From the Shadows. And now, evacuating to reposition. Top those spots and on the lurk. Wins out the fight versus Bela anyway. 30 HP left. Will disengage for now. And GE Phoenix, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. The lurk is there. The hole is still on the site itself. But then again, Yuna playing towards tower here. Muffin Loop looking for a target of opportunity. Can't find anyone so far. Plant finally going on down.
30 seconds.
Paranoia's there to cancel it, but Kiri at least gets the job done versus Sub. 4v4 for far. And here we go with the Hunter's Fury 2. Muffin Loop flies high to get the deny. Here comes Toppy Woffy with the trade. And yet again, chaos ensues on the A side. But it's Deviant Topaz with a man advantage. The shock dart's there. And here comes Toppy Woffy. It's 3 for her. And it's another round for Deviant Topaz.
Nicely done here from Deviant Topaz. Just the fact that she was able to bail out of that in the first place was a big point. And then Tub here in the flank, winning that opening fight. Blades connecting for Muffin Loop high on up, but there's just so much for them to deal with in the post plant. And then obviously with the flank coming on in from Deviant Topaz, it just made it a lot more uncomfortable for them to hold on. You a lot of times want that A main to be yours as the attackers in the post plant there towards A. And yet, when that's taken away, it becomes a lot more problematic to hold on to the actual power positions.
You know, I think the question right now is, why does it become so chaotic on that 8 side Blackenblue? What is going on with the Deviant Topaz retake that causes that chaos that they can thrive in?
I guess a lot of it has to do to just the way that Deviant Topaz are able to reunite themselves in those scrambles, right? Like you see there a while ago, the round right before this, Yu-Chan gets a kill towards sewers, and immediately they know, okay, let me back you up. Yuna, here as the breach, moves on over to try and help her out there as well. They hold down to that one kind of pocket of control that they've finally established in that bout, in that scramble, in that mosh pit. And sometimes a small bit of help goes a long way.
And well, it's always been Deviant Topaz providing that helping hand, whether from front or the back. There is always someone playing out a better angle. Now they're 1 away from tying things up on this defense. From what we've seen so far from them, maybe the attacking side can suit them better, but this time around, they do see that A side. The Hunter's Fury is what they're gonna rely on later on, afraid of the Rolling Thunder that Rose has here.
Well, 5 to 6. And Rose, you talked about her a while ago. The Rolling Thunder has to be crucial from her. Scan comes on up, gonna aid the Hunter's Fury to connect. Yu-Chan gets a spam as well here from the CT, and she's dipping for more.
Look at the coordination and look at Yu-Chan go! Yu-Chan, what is going on? She went for the swing after the Hunter's Fury, and from that point on, it's all Deviant Topaz. Put some respect on that name. It's Yu-Chan and the rest of the roster who tie it up.
That's one of those moments where, like, if you're a coach, you're probably thinking, Yu-Chan, no, pull back. We have the advantage. But then she makes it anyways. She connects the shots, finds a follow-up because she had the advantage off of Mew.
It's one of those moments where you go, no, yes. And Deviant Topaz have done their work. They tie things up. Global Esports, some fine form from them as well. It is close. It is a matchup. And it is time for us to go to the panel.
Very scrappy back and forth half, and for a good second there, it looked like G's favorite Heaven strat is to hit A. Coldan, what do we think?
Yeah, I mean, I can count at least half those attack rounds they were committing towards that A side. Whether they got it in the very end, right? That is the area of contention for DV Topaz and GX. 6-6 the scoreline, and 2 eco rounds coming in for DV Topaz. I mean, the reads that DV have been having against Global Esports have been pretty on point. Right, it's very telegraphed when they're always hitting the A side again and again and again. So how many times that DV sent one player towards mid, park them in the lower mid position, and then they can hear all the rotations, they can go for fast flanks, they can go for very, very fast retakes as well, and that is what's allowing DV to really surprise Global Esports.
Yep, and you're saying 6-6. The thing is, though, after the swap, we're gonna see GE on that defensive side on Haven. How do we think? We think they can close this one out or not?
I think they really need to get that muffin up online working, right? That was the key to success on Pearl. That is why they even got a couple of rounds on Pearl, but they have to get it fast, right? The 6-6 scoreline isn't the most comfortable, especially when you're starting out on the attacking side, which is arguably the more favored side. So they really need to get that op going online, and they really need to temper DV Topaz. If you let them have the momentum, you let them build up the confidence, you let Yuchan get that kind of kills, well, then it might be an early night for Global Esports Phoenix.
Yep, more favored side, but maybe not for GE. We're about to see. Daks and Blue, back to you.
From what we've seen though, for Global Esports, this is their must-win scenario, right? They really need to get this victory to force out map 3, survive here in our elimination match in the stream. And Deviant Topaz, they've been incredible, they've been impressive. But can they get the job done on this stage? We'll find out. Open 3 looking so exciting with so much on the line. But come on, Blackenblue, besides what the panels mentioned, what else can GE Phoenix do besides feed the operator to Muffin?
I mean, that's really where a lot of their defense, kind of positions itself, right? But I think the more important thing here is that a lot of times in those scrambles, you see just not having the composure. That becomes a big problem here for Global, so they need to reset themselves, not just mentally, but obviously the way that they play. It becomes a lot more, I guess, predictable here for Deviant Topaz to expect what's to come in a lot of these type of rounds, a lot of those type of halves, rather. But it's Deviant Topaz who have been consistently kind of building up steam as the game progresses.
Yeah, Deviant Topaz, once they have that momentum, things just keep ramping up in their favor. Yu-Chan has had an incredible series so far. We're seeing Tub as well go for those kind of contests. And DV, now they move towards the garage perhaps. They're checking out the double doors. Bela, she's on the other side with her setup at the ready too. Toppy Waffy though, the swing is dangerous. And Bela will punish that accordingly. Sometimes Deviant Topaz, they need to be careful of those kind of scenarios when they're forced to push the issue. GE handling and just hanging back on the side so far. Dashing by Sub. Here comes the rest of Deviant Topaz as well. Yu-Chan though with the overrun. It's Meow who does get on the board. GE now with the advantage. 3v2 as they still play towards Link. The flag is perfect. Muffin Luke takes advantage. Tub now all alone on an island. She's been scanned. She's in a bad spot too. And as he tries to go escape, the flash is enough to bring her to the clutches of Muffin Luke. A pistol here for GE.
Completely overwhelmed there with just the amount that Global were able to throw at them. You can see how much more coordinated they were too. Initially on that retake attempt, Bela gets to pick off there in the garage, and then the rest of them anchoring down that backside. Even though, Bela goes down after her second fight, the rest of them chiming on in. Obviously the flank here being the crucial nail in the coffin to close out that round. So GX here on the opening pistol, looking pretty nice.
I mean, they needed that round win, not just for that momentum that they can set this time, but also break the momentum that Deviant Topaz looked to run away with. But then again, here we have the opening taken. GE, they love to go for that long control. And Toppy Waffy playing with fire yet again. Burnt down. Similar scenario by Bela. Maybe another contender. And Bela will go for the win yet again. It's 2 down here, courtesy of GE. Tub making an opening, looking for those sharp shots. A B site being taken by Deviant Topaz so far. They go for the plant as well, but Bela's already on the flank duty. A pinch possible, not just 2-2, but 3 angles here. Meowdo fighting back versus many. Aldra providing good distraction, and Yu-Chan with the takedown. There's some lethality here from Deviant Topaz. The defuse though coming online. Power noise there. Halfway already. Bela's just gonna stick this. Someone needs to go for the contest. And Fuda does so. Yu-Chan on the board. And here comes Fuda! Deviant Topaz yet again. The unbelievable made possible to tie it up.
Almost half of the rounds have come off an Eco Daks. This is the 3rd round now in this game out of the 7-day one that we're coming from an Eco. How do they keep on doing it over and over? It seems like the way that they play on their Eco just differs so much compared to their normal gun rounds, where you can see them really try and rat things out, really just try to be a thorn in the side of GEX here. And if you're GEX, you have to be wondering, what the hell are they drinking?
What is going on, right? And usually in those scenarios, you have less to lose, everything to gain, and just honestly, the ballsiness, just no fear setup that Deviant Topaz goes for. That push from Puda. Just 2 takedowns with the classic, just running in like that. How do you even hit those incredible shots? Deviant Topaz is put on notice though. Global Esports caught in the corner now. The power noise there keeping them at bay even more so. And DB, the utility looking perfect too. It's all Deviant Topaz, and there's no chance G can fight this round. Toffee Waffy wraps it up for the flawless 2.
Quick and clean, flawless to be able to do that. Just helps her economically tenfold moving forward. And GEX, they've lost their lead that they've worked so hard throughout this game to build. Slowly but surely there in that second half too. And Deviant Topaz have been such a terrifying presence to play against when they just seemingly scrap these rounds out of their pocket when you'd least expect it.
Like, where did these kind of performances come from anyway? But Deviant Topaz now looking to be truly a contender here in the lower bracket so far. GE Phoenix looking lost, and they go for the old reliable Muffin Loop. Finally, the up is out on the defense. Something they've been working with in those clutch scenarios, in those clutch situations. And as Kiri moves on forward, did you realize Tub is there waiting? Side. Seems like Kiri does find Yu-Chan first and foremost. Tub will trade it quickly. To 4v4. Only problem here for DV. That's the smoke's gone. It's gonna be harder for them to actually move towards the site here.
Well, they still have that operator here for Global, and we saw this be one of the biggest problems for Deviant to deal with a while ago. When Muffin gets going, there's nothing that can stop her. And they look to be playing into her hand. They're going towards the C site, and Muffin, she's ready for the fight.
There need to be
is she
pressed
though?
by the flash,
Is she
but
though?
no! Toffee Waffy! Toffee Waffy!
Turn
Right
around!
behind you! And here we go! Muffin realize the situation! They were just so close to one another! Breaking distance, but Bailiff's there also to help on out! Muffin Loop now looking sharp yet again! And Global Esports with the fight back! It's 2v1, make that 2v none! What was that? That was way too close for comfort!
What a disaster there! That could have been a quick double there for Deviant if she just knew. If you just checked even, not even about knowing, but checking. He gets the one, doesn't clear the logs, and it just all crumbles down. What a way to hold on to a round, but phew, how fortunate for Global.
Heart-stopping moment, but you mentioned it. Fortunate and found out by Muffin. As soon as she got that kill, suddenly the inertia was on her side, and an awakened Muffin is a scary Muffin Loop indeed. Kiri though still loving to play towards long. A dart thrown out her way. This time breaking it very quickly. So at least now, Global Esports, they have the double up onto the site. They expect the push to come from 2 angles. The Paranoia is there. Deviant Topaz getting the space that they need. 2 versus 1 on each angle. It's dangerous here for GE. Can Rose and Kiri step up to the plate? The flash is there. Kiri reinforcing Rose. They go for short first and foremost. The push comes on in for long as well, but Yu-Chan yet again ready to play in the smokes. Rose though wins out in the Coliseum. Still sticking around inside the smoke here. Fades on away, and her life is forfeit. It's 3v1. Muffin Loop, can she be the hero now?
Spike planted. My ult is ready.
1v3. It's all on the Muffin. Luckily, they were able to take down the building blocks so that they find out where Muffin is too with an operator almost assuredly impossible, even for someone like her. So has to go and play the save instead. There's no way to do it. It's a great way to shut down that operator. AKA not even face it.
You mean not go to the site?
Round.
And, no, honestly, it sounds like a meme, but it's a very good point. Remember back in Pearl, most of the success from Deviant Topaz on their offense was when they played away from Muffin Loop, right? When they chose the site that wasn't her station. And now you have an extra option. This is Haven, the usual 3-site map, yada yada yada. But if you have players that are comfortable to play close, like Yu-Chan, like Toffee, like Tub, then from that point on, Deviant Topaz, they can go for the overrun if ever they're dealing with anyone else from the GE roster.
Well, for the meantime here, a quick way to be able to bypass all that is using what they've got utility-wise. That breach should be one way to cut that, to close that gap. Especially knowing that they are on kind of like a mixed buy at the best on the opposing side. They've got as well the lockdown to maybe force her off the angle. But they picked the right side to go now.
Yeah, they go over towards C.
Concealment.
And as soon as that happens, Muffin Loop's all the way towards A, right? They're banking on yet again the operator, the only saving grace on this GE buy. Maybe a Bucky from Meow if ever it works out that case. Even though they push towards long, the stars being set up yet again. Meow has been strong with the stall though. From stellar gravity wells to slow things down. Waiting yet again for DV to strike. Oh, dangerous. Dangerous here. And now it's up the timing! She goes inside smoke, misses the first shot, but Tup is there to go for the trade. Bela on the board too. And Deviant Topaz taking some casualties, but still fighting back. Good flash from Rose. And now she gets the shot too. Muffin Loop has arrived. And now you will be decimated. GE, they fight back. Yu-Chen has to evacuate and play on A instead.
Shut down completely. That was looking so good, then so bad, then so good again for Global.
Take flight.
Complete roller coaster. But the round's not done just yet. They still have the Rolling Thunder. Yu-Chan. They actually didn't look her way. She didn't have to shoot it out.
Oh no, and even more so, the aftershock is there to flush her out of the corner. The scan is even worse for wear, but Yu-Chan is sharp, but not sharp enough versus many. Rose is there, Muffin Loop too, and this is GE, who bring it to a 9-9 standing. Dude, what is this? It's like an amusement park giving us a ride-all-you-can ticket because the roller coaster keeps going round after round after round.
Wow, it's a paint train with an express lane here. Bela gets the one, falls back, but like everybody else just timing of the fight.
Yeah, solo rider here, the fast pass for Yu-Chan. She skipped the line of C, went to A. That operator is very, very dangerous. And let's not forget, that was a lesser buy for G. Effectively a thrifty plus an operator, right?
Get out of my way.
Well, in that case, super swell. You get a lot back in return. Guns. Now obviously the round as well. Lockdown still available for Toffee Waffy, but oh, that's a big pickup from Meow. And now they even have the ultimates to answer back and respond if ever Deviant Topaz decide to burn theirs.
Yeah, the creator space, Tub is gone, and Global Esports looking to prove that they can hold without Muffin Loop providing that first contact. They did so a while ago on the Sheriffs. Can they do so yet again with the rifles? The paranoia is there though. It's still C hit here for the side of Deviant Topaz. Global Esports, you realize now the shuffle's there and they'll have to go for the retake instead.
You should
Spike down on the plant. Got time to fall back as well. Lockdown here on the attacking side to buy them space, buy them time.
There we go.
Expect Deviant to go aggressive, but Muffin Loop on the flank just shuts their plans down.
So quick and so precise. Puda though towards the corner. And Muffin Loop check things out. Realizes dash into her, but it's not enough to provide that swift kick. And Puda will boot her out of this round. 3v4 though. The Hunter's Fury is still available. A good angle and even intel now with a jump peek. There's the tag. Does it lead to the bag? Yes, it does. Toffee Waffy fighting back still. 2v2 for now. Dart being thrown. Cosmic Divide is there though. Here comes Toffee Waffy. But Bela providing protection. Rose for the defuse. This is the round win for GE. A great effort from Puda, but it's not enough. Global Esports still with the win.
That's why you should have I mean, she gets a pick off, but there's an op right beside her. She could have used that to peek too as well. Maybe got in a pick off, and then you burn the Hunter's Fury when you hear the second tap. But more importantly, when you hear the Cosmic Divide be pulled, because Hunter's Fury can go through the ult, but your bullets can't.
Yeah, maybe just some discomfort on the op itself, but timeout now called by Deviant Topaz. It's been close. Deviant Topaz has put a lot of fight in this game, but it's still something I noticed early on in the first half, Blackenblue. Kind of how they've been playing some of these situations when they can't just go gung-ho. How they play away from the eco rounds into the full buys. It's Global Esports Phoenix who has that experience in these situations and who gets the advantage because of it.
Well, the moments that we've seen here from Global, especially in a retake like that, it looks downright about what we expect from a team of this caliber.
Yeah, the playbook.
From a team that we thought would, you know, take their opening series bout in the upper bracket against a team like Scythe, but we saw how wrong we were. And now, expecting this against Deviant, we suddenly see that Deviant put up a good fight, but Global now, they've wrestled back some control of the situation. Does that mean they can close out, though? We're going to have to see.
Yeah, GE Phoenix, they look strong when they understand the situation, when they can play the timings right especially, and it's been that kind of game of defuses and snatches along the way. A split now here from Deviant Topaz. Playing towards Garage especially with the Rio getting ready. Huda finding a bit of intel. The alarm bot and nanoswarms are there to go for the stall. And it seems like Tub realizes platform is a perilous spot to play against. Well, thinking about now the situation. The Rolling Thunder avoided by Tub. That's why she did back on the way. And Tub, of course, with the clear, squeaky clean from DV so far.
Perfect as well. The flash to accompany that. She didn't even cloudburst into that dash. You see how confident she is. And the shutdown on the op is sublime here from Toffee Waffy. 2v5. Global on the save.
Yeah, Toffee Waffy Lurk Frenzy. Patent pending. We didn't see it too many times in this map. We saw it a lot on Pearl. And now a sudden surprise. Yet again, taking GE aback. And seems like for Deviant, they come out the timeout looking a lot more, I'd say, responsible about their actions. Play a different kind of style. Toffee Waffy just stepping up immensely on the lurk. And Toffee Waffy! What was that step from her? Well. Dude, I've heard that Toffee is hard candy, but that's just sturdy from her.
Well, she got him with the off time. Got her with the off timing there. Just running and then walked right before the corner, and then suddenly wide swings, turned around as well, and Rose is like, "What the hell is happening?" 10 to 10. And look at the economy here for Global. It's in shambles.
It's a struggle indeed. They don't have enough to buy up the op that they would have loved to have. A chance here for Deviant Topaz to take this lead back in such a big back and forth. But the blades from Muffin Loop, a hope and a prayer here for GE. For now, though. It's just a silence, really. Anticipation, right?
That's all you can really kind of take away from this. You can see the silence is deafening right now for Global. They know it's a dire spot they've got right now. Difficult situation. Blades is one of the crucial points. We've seen ecos be turned around, Daks, but it could be one of those where
right here
it might be too little, too late.
Revealing
Advantage assuredly in Deviant Topaz's side. Will that convert into a round though?
But you can feel the pressure. Even Topaz playing it relatively safe. But the timing, Kiri's alive to fight. 15 HP at least. But here comes Meow 16k and down she goes. Deviant Topaz, they don't let go of an advantage. They have the rifles. They will use it with impunity.
But the timing
planted.
could have been so much more fortunate here for the side of Global as Deviant take the round. Like with Curie pulling out her shock dart to recon the most missopportune time. She had the stinger. She actually could have taken that kill for free against Tub, and then obviously the updraft from Muffin Loop could have found the kill. But counterintuitively enough, that defensive smoke Global put up to allow Curie to back off, to back away, it also makes that updraft angle a lot more difficult to hit because you just have much less. You see much less. You don't see the spike planner now, even after the updraft.
Well, this is it though. GE Phoenix, a timeout called, and I really wonder what's the play here. They have enough to go for Glass Cannon Operator.
Here.
That's pretty much it, if they choose to do so. Maybe Bela can actually buy that op for Muffin Loop. She can pick up a rifle instead for Bela, and it's gonna be very interesting how GE Phoenix runs this, because they've seen how reliable that operator has been this series. But even Topaz is expecting it by this point, right?
I mean, the way that Deviant Topaz have been able to rather rectify whatever mistakes they were having earlier on, it takes really big
Alarm bot out.
brain to fix small pain.
Is that how it works? You just need
Yes.
to outthink the pain? It
Yes.
doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Oh,
It's a
that's fair.
mindset.
Don't
Ah,
overthink
yes,
it.
I just say, oh, I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy. It will work out.
Yep.
Well, I'm happy to see such a close game, though. Honestly, this series already surpassing many of our expectations. And Deviant Topaz is the biggest cat. Checkered flag, and they're playing it safe from this point on.
For the moment here. Let's see if they cross the finish line quick and easy, or it'll be a bumpy troll down turn 22. It's Toffee who just catches Meow sleeping.
Absolutely caught unaware, really, of the situation. And now Deviant Topaz moving towards the side. Tub contesting versus Link, but Rose gets the number on her. Huda now going for the close engage. Nice flashes here from Rose. Something that Global Esports can work with, but Yuna already fragging out. There's the two. And they don't realize Muffin Loops, they're coming in from the garage. They don't know, but the shot doesn't ring! Doesn't get connection! And suddenly it's Toffee Waffy right behind her! A series of unfortunate events here for Global Esports, and Deviant Topaz will take advantage. Toffee Waffy has had enough. She picks up the off, no saving this whatsoever, and Bela is the target, and she will fall. Toffee Waffy is truly ready, and Deviant Topaz is on match points. Woo.
She's toughin', she's waffin', huffin' and puffin', and there's nothing that can blow her down. Toffee Waffy, just these lurks of hers, so crucial. But the bigger blunder here is Muffin Loop not connecting. It's not all her fault, but it's just so unfortunate. That could have been where they brought it into a more equal state.
Time for a
2v2 would have been a lot more preferable.
What a way, though, to end this if ever. And this time around, Global Esports, do they just go for the aggression? They have been perennial contenders in these opens so far. Open 1, Open 2, GE Phoenix making a name for themselves, especially making it to 4th place last time around. That big win versus RRQ Kaguya. But maybe now, the upset can be turned onto the other side. Deviant Topaz making sure that they are known in this bracket. A chance here to move towards A. The lockdown's there too to provide that space. Counter lockdown though. Good timing, but the Hunter's Fury is gonna be there. Enough perhaps to get destruction. Also the same kind of case. Lockdown broken. GE now with the advantage. 5v3. The Aldrone in position. Tubbs though looking to play in the close quarters. The Aldrone keeping her at bay. Tubb with a takedown. Tubb with a second. But Meow is there for the trade. Here comes Global Esports. And they will stand together to still fight in this series.
One more round we go. And overtime is right around the cusp on the horizon. And Global do not want to go around that corner with their heads down low. Still refuse to go down without a fight here. Tubb put up a great bout, got the double, but in the end, just Global a lot more ferocious and tenacious in that round specifically there. Really clawing and scratching for every inch of control, and Deviant just weren't ready for that level of play.
Yeah, those kind of moments you can see Deviant Topaz is very confident with the state of play right now. But you still have to respect the numbers in Global Esports. Those early picks yet again providing them a cushion. Is this it though? Do we get overtime? Or do we get such a stellar win from Deviant Topaz? They move towards B, and the Rolling Thunder utilize over that Link. So at least GE avoiding that so far. The transit coming on in. Toffee Waffy, the lurk, getting value, but G still ready for this A hold. They're going A, and this is dangerous right now for Deviant Topaz. Fault line gets a connection. Bela and Rose are set up and ready, and Dominoes do tumble. Yu-Chan picking up the spike. Here comes Tub. She's coming out from the heavens and now gliding down to try and smite the opposition. Meow on the other side. It's 2v2 and this is big. Yu-Chan and Tub versus Muffin Loop and Meow. The biggest, baddest players on the server. Gonna clash perhaps for the final time. The high ground even taken here by Yu-Chan. Muffin Loop is just creeping forward. Closer and closer. The smoke criminal is set. But the dash is there to keep her alive. Tub finding Meow. It's 2v1. And Muffin Loop, will this be the end of the GE timeline? Last chance you mentioned. And Deviant Topaz is there to make it happen. A victory well fought and well earned. This is huge here for Deviant Topaz. They keep their elite dreams alive and they eliminate Global Esports Phoenix.
It's a ghost you don't know about that can haunt you in the end the most. And Deviant Topaz, we might have not known their names coming to this open, Daks, but you can certainly start to plaster their names everywhere, taking down one of the teams that were on pace, Daks, to qualify into Elite. This has got to hurt. That's going to make their LCQ hopes even more so reality here as Deviant Topaz. Who would have thought they'd take down Global 2-0, and what a way to do it as well.
And this victory, I remember correctly, I think the other stream is actually done with Orangutan eliminating Anomaly. GE had the chance to take fate in their own hands. If they beat Deviant Topaz, they would have been in Elite, but no. Deviant Topaz puts a stop to that with authority. Just from the whole roster, honestly, I will remember these names moving forward. They have just been incredible, from Toffee Waffy's amazing lurks, from Yu-Chan and just how she's able to play in those kind of angles. Tub, just squeaky clean again and again on those kind of entries. And GE right now, they have to be shaken after that loss.
Well, it's a good thing she named herself Tub, not Bubble Bath, because there's certainly no soft play measures being made out here. I only wish we could have seen these gals play throughout Open 1 and 2 because they are absolutely impressive and they're one of the most spectacular things we've seen this Open. But for the meantime, you're going to see a more spectacular face in Jenny and Coldan as they're going to take the panel away.
DV stamping their heels down and leaving a mark saying, we are not the new kids on the block. And boy, Coldan, discovering a hot rookie team in the very last Game Changers Open of the year was not on my bingo card, but DV just playing like the light fantastic. Coldan, I think you wanted to highlight just how well they also played their eco rounds in map number 2.
I mean, the eco rounds were the main driving point of the entire map. I mean, apart from how chaotic everything was, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, 3 eco rounds in the favor
2
of
in the
DV,
first half and then 1 like the...
And then there was one low buy eco round for Global Esports Phoenix as well. So just eco rounds everywhere around the shop, and then there's just chaos at every single corner. But Deviant Esports, right, the way that they play together, the tenacity, you can see in every single one of their players how much like it means to them, and like coming out of nowhere. I mean, okay, not really nowhere, but like just coming out from the woodwork, I guess. Unknown names, right? Everyone discounted them. No big name on their record. They've only faced OGX before, lost to them, and now they take down Global Esports Phoenix and shatter them Open 3 dreams, right? That's Global Esports out of Open 3. If Deviant Esports actually make it all the way deep into Open 3 playoffs, you know, Global Esports, they might just be at risk of losing out and qualifying for Elite. But let's just take a look at the scoreboard. I think that encapsulates all this chaos perfectly. Top of the scoreboard for Global Esports Phoenix, not Muffin, actually Bayla at the top, but I think the main storyline right here, right, is on the other side. Yi-chan as that Omen, as a sub, 16 years old, her first GC.
I don't know, man. This is big main character energy that I'm sensing from Yu-chan right about now. But yeah, that's the Topaz story, right, for this Open 3, for this roster, bringing in Toffee as the IGL, Balding, Kneecaps as our controller, but then Yu-chan having to sub in for today. And whew, if this is the way that she's gonna play as a sub, like, I don't know, man. I do you put her on the main roster? Like, what do you do? How do you put her back into sub? I don't know.
Look at that, 3 thrifties from Deviant Topaz. I mean, that is the main driving storyline. And mistakes, right? Mistakes for Global Esports Phoenix. One misplaced utility, one crossfire not being held resulted in those thrifties, right? It's this back and forth and the tenacity from the Topaz girls that really pushed it over the edge. 13-11 could not be closer. And I mean, I think it's pretty clear who the MVP is. Yichan, top of the scoreboard, I think, getting so many impact kills.
I love
her
her
in-game sense, game sense, her intelligence is insane.
Insane. 37.7 headshot percentage as well. 20.8% first blood percentage on the Omen, no less.
Yeah.
But I love this photo. Like, she's just got that mess of me and find out kind of energy going on. But yeah, just subbing in today and then just rising to the absolute top. I'm so proud. We can't give her any more props than we already have. I think we do have our interview. That's ready right about now. Oh my god, can you hear us?
Can.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. Oh my god.
Hello.
Hello. Congrats on today.
Thank you.
How did you feel about this match? Because I know that like yesterday you guys are just coming off of that 0-2. Did you expect this 2-0 over GE Phoenix as well?
To be honest, we don't really put that much expectations. We always have this concept of like going just round by round. So we don't look at the scores and everything. So yeah, we just relax and play and have fun also.
Right. Actually, I want to take this opportunity and ask you, Yuna. I mean, you've been with your core essentially since Open 1, right? It's been a long road all the way from the beginning. I guess if you could like summarize your journey all the way up to here, like how did you guys get to this point? What was the trials and tribulations y'all had to go through, and how happy are you that you've made it all the way to the playoffs and winning your first game here at the big stage?
First of all, I'm so happy. I'm sure my team is damn excited as well. So basically, I've went through like 2-3 different teams, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, we've been like changing rosters and all until we find like this perfect secret recipe, I guess, where we have fun with each other and stuff. So yeah, it's been a long journey, but it's one that's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like it's working out for you girls. I think because we don't have like all that much information about you guys. I wanted to ask maybe about scrims and how long like the team has played together as this roster. Like, I think it's like a month or so that y'all have played together as this 5-man roster. Like, can you tell us how things were going? Was it hard at first, or like was it just you guys got together and instantly like you knew this was it? Tell us more.
The core, which is like me, Puda, and Tap, was already playing for like more than a month. But with this full roster, we've been playing for like 2-3 weeks, I think. And with everyone having their own stuff to do, like school work and everything, we only got to scrim like twice, 3 times a week, maybe. So yeah, and then when the team finally came together, it was like just, I don't know, everyone just clicked together, I guess.
I mean, that's super impressive to hear. I can't believe that like 2 to 3 weeks playing as this 5% and y'all are already like on your first win. Well, best of luck for tomorrow. And also, we did the math and like you guys still have a chance of making it into elite depending on where y'all end up this open. So best of luck to you guys. Congrats on the win, and thank you so much for the
Thank you very
interview.
much. Bye.
Huge congrats, thank you.
Thank you.
Wow,
I mean,
so wholesome.
like a roster, right? Just coming out for Open 3, getting together, finding the groove, finding that that chemistry that so many teams desire, so many teams are looking for, so many teams trying their best. But I guess Deviant Topaz found the magic combo this time around, and I cannot imagine the circumstances that you gotta get Yuchan as a sub to come in last minute and then put on a stellar performance like this. And we have the brackets ready for you guys to really show how this has shaken up the landscape for playoffs.
Phew. So after another long day of a best of 3 series, which fascinatingly enough, every single series yesterday as well as today has ended in that 2-0. Today, of course, we did see DV take that 2-0 win. Fullsense Sapphire earlier in the day as well, bagging that 2-0 versus RRQ. Over on the other stream, we did see SMG 2-0 over NWJ Scythe. So the upper bracket final for tomorrow is locked in as SMG Fullsense Sapphire, once again, that banger of a matchup. And yeah, OGX 2-0ing over ANC. So unfortunately, we do bid farewell to both GE Phoenix as well as Anomaly this time around. But I gotta say, props to ANC also, just coming in to Open 3 as that other newcomer team on the block and making it out Swiss playoffs to get to this stage. I mean, we might see them at LCQ. We're probably gonna see all the teams that don't make it this time in LCQ. So, it's a good little refresher, good little warm up for next month.
Yeah, and speaking about that LCQ, right? Global Esports Phoenix technically not out just yet, right? We have to
I've
see
done the
how
math.
Deviant...
I've done the math.
Done the math.
Yo. I know like everyone was watching the chaos of map 2 and they were just like, wow, like they could not tear their eyes off of that. But I did a bit of quick little math and I've got it in my notes right here. So GE Phoenix, despite elimination today, actually have a very good chance of making it to Elite as the 6th and last spot from the 3 opens because they are currently at 150 points. This is their max because with the 7th, 8th place finish, they get 40 points and previously they had 110 points. So they're at 150 right now. First to 5th is currently in the 150 to 200 range. So the highest that GE Phoenix can place is 6th place, which is the last spot. But they actually have a very good chance of placing 6th because the only situation that they do not make it in 6th place is if Deviant Topaz, who's right now at 55, win Open 3, they get 155 points and they will just squeak out GE Phoenix at 150. So unless
you never know.
unless I've mucked up the math like so hard and like never gonna get hired in any type of math job ever again. But yeah, this should be right. Don't quote me on this, but this should be the math. So they do have a good shot of making it in 6th place, but of course it's out of their hands. They gotta just watch the rest of the competition like all the rest of us and wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to summarize this day, it's been a roller coaster for the final series. What a way to put your name on the map. I mean, teams all around, you got to keep an eye out for all these players. What a fantastic showing for DV Topaz. Congratulations to them, and I can't wait to see what they have in store, against Kaguya in the next series. And this Open 3 is, starting to get a little bit more exciting. I can't wait to see what we have in store the next coming few days. But I think that's all from us here today. Huge shout out to our casters, Blackenblue and Daks, as well as Reirachu on the desk. This is it from us here at Game Changers Open 3. We'll see you guys same place, same time tomorrow. You don't want to miss the action. See you then.
There they are.
Last player standing. Blocking sight. 30 seconds left.
My ult is ready.
A. Last player standing. One down.